For sure, and I think that mentioning that run it back, you know, that's something that we're going to be seeing from G2, trying to build up round after round, getting it back as many times as they can. Because, of course, not only are they using this to take space, it has so much information gathering potential where not having an initiator doesn't really matter necessarily. I mean, we saw the Phoenix utilised similar to how a KO was utilised on Ascent the other day as well.
So true. We've seen teams try and do it before. You know, even with the changes to the wall coming in from last event, you can see the value. Vanya has the info, knows Alexi's there. Would have loved to have found the kill to the player on site. But G2 already heading in elsewhere. It's a dash over the top from Dish, and Akita's dropping down the spike. There are 2 players on this flank for G2. And Neri, oh, it's been dealt with in main. Emmy winning that one and getting out 2. Both Satchels, MadV only 1. Not quite the full picture for G2 as they are missing some upgrades here. And oh, Mary should have had that one on a plate. Akita was 1 bullet, but it just didn't land. So it's doomed. We're looking at a bonus round win.
And it's all left on MadV. Akita low, so could be isolated here.
It's done. There's just not enough time for MadV to even consider this. You maybe look at saving the Vandal, but it's just another gun back in the hands. Akita goes in, all guns blazing. So G2 have their bonus. Such a big win. I don't want to...
No, don't say it, don't say it.
I'll stop myself, but I'll be back later. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Oh, of course there's...
Okay, maybe I have time.
I think you do. Okay, explain yourself.
I don't want to call it in too... You know what, Billy? I don't want to call it in too early. I'm just going to breadcrumb you. It was something that I said after the last map. Went OT, long one.
Yep.
Just let that marinate on your mind for a moment. For everyone else at home, but I will be picking up where I left off very shortly. I hope it'll be shortly, obviously. We are in a tech timeout.
Oh, you never know. Nah, it won't be long. I asked Cairo this the other day. Experienced many tech pauses, Hazel?
No, we didn't. No, we went out to VCT EMEA. We had 2 12-0 halves. We had an 11-1 half. Yeah,
I mean,
they love us there, funnily enough.
I get them on the analyst desk and when I'm casting, so here we are.
Best of both worlds.
Either way,
with a long OT map, right?
It's fine.
That's a good way to fill the gaps with some Valorant. We're right back in.
Easily resolved. Quick and easy. Back into this one. Blades are going to be popped, and it's G2 actually looking to take that A main pressure, but this is a lovely micro play from Falcons, just looking to stop anything from main coming in, but it's actually Akita that they're unaware of to begin with. MadV, quick response to trade that back out again.
And because Akita was using the jet knives into the site as well, there's no gun to be picked up. So Falcon's still not getting the most out of, you know, even that first pick that they were able to find. It's a nice trap play in A main, like you said. As Amy is going to get that orb one way or another. It sits on the shoulders of Camu. Shoots it off. G2 off to a fantastic start.
And it is that play in A main that we see from Falcons Vega coming out. You know, the kind of things that we expect when they're running a composition such as this. Using that Neon and Raze to pair up together. Utilizing the Breach Stun as well to have those micro plays like I mentioned.
And being able to pull that out, especially coming into a round like this as well, is absolutely huge. Alexi back on the duel list, now with the op. Difficult previous map for her. This could be everything to set herself in motion. It's gone right down the throats of the G2 players, but still she gets out on 10 HP.
It's crazy that that doesn't manage to get traded out, but Amy looking to answer back, does double satchel onto the site, and Showstopper quickly popped here, Haza, and she's looking for more.
Oh, Akita fears nothing, and neither should Alexi. Sweating a little bit, trying to take that first engagement, but now already with a kill under her belt. Perhaps renewed confidence for Falcons. They converge from both ends, but Arcade goes up in smoke. Akita smoldering Falcons. As this performance continues. Yeah, they're going to chase her to the ends of the earth. They want this op gone. Okay. That's one player pass. Oh, Akita finally realized, and with the dash reset, Alexi's out of there. She's actually gonna live this. She's dashed into them once.
I mean, it's just a game of cat and mouse at this point, Hazza, but the fact that she gets out of there,
fair play,
manages to save the op. Okay.
The bigger takeaway from the round, though, of course, will be the fact that G2 Gozen, now having won that gun round, with the knowledge that the op remains in play, come into this so strong. 5 rounds to the goods as we continue to watch those stocks chart upwards. And to come back to that conversation you were sort of laying down about Falcons setting up these trap plays, trying to fight for the orb, you're going to see a bit of that on A here. It's always a priority for G2 when you have that cheap cost of the ultimate for Vanya's run it back. She's going to be here. She's going to find herself dead and buried in the same place. No way, Falcons. Oh, Mary investing the showstopper. It's a 5 versus 2. Blink and you'll miss it. So it's not how the round was supposed to go for G2.
Yep.
Billy.
Falcons.
What can we say about that?
I mean, that's what I mean. I'm looking at the round, and you see, you know, G2 using their initiative, right? Deciding.
All right, need to put a shirt on.
To smoke off the potential of where that op's going to be, but I mean, Alexi just decided to take the peek through it.
Yeah. But like that's the thing, when you don't have that extra initiator utility here to be clearing corners, to be trying to fight against an operator, then how do you get that info? Maybe picking up another orb. It feels like the showstopper is more important to G2 right now in terms of how they've been setting this one up. Amy would love to have it here, but that's not going to happen.
All right,
Falcons with their first on the board, and what a way to win it.
Not FlyQuest. Falcon on the board.
And it's nice because that's a bit of a confidence injection, right? Just
and it was
being
only the showstopper.
That's what I mean, yeah, just being able to get that first round on the board. That operator still in play, of course, saved over from that round, which never should have been, and proven to be so lethal as well in that last round, Hazza.
Never ended. Bit like Haven.
We're gonna be here all night.
Here we are. Falcons on the board. Finding out what works for them. That seems to be Alexi's op. Could she be in for any more? Here. Falcons queuing up on A. TP pass. Got to make a decision. Commits to it. Oh, it's brilliant from Alexi. Knew that Mimi would have been there. But what goes around comes around. There's a jet on the other side of the map, and Akita has made this an even man count.
Look at all the ultimates available on Falcon's side. They can just opt to go for a retake here should they really want to, Hazza. No need really to be so aggressive.
Look how passive Alexi is after finding those first couple of kills. Knows that she has the Blade Storm since the beginning of the round.
Here.
Falcons rich for ultimates. Something that we said at the start, and here's one of them. Orbital Strike. Just condemning the site control. Head to head, big one. The exchange, doesn't go either way really. It's just bullets traded, but nobody's dropped. 3-on-3 situation. G2 do get the spike down.
Nobody's dropped.
Vanya denied positioning by the ult. Finally, Alexi removed from the situation, but Akita remains in play. Another ult from Falcons. Oh, they're chasing shadows right now. Needing to win this one with the amount of upfront. Akita full blind, updrafts out, and it's for good reason. Because Mad V was looking for a jewel which she's just never going to be offered. Still waiting for this fight, and while she wins it, I don't know if there's enough time. It's going to be so damn close. Oh, Mad V's got it. Another clutch from the captain. It was a heavy investment from Falcons, but it's paid off.
Honestly, I think that's probably one of the better rounds that we've seen Mad V play. And not to say that she's not been performing well, but just the amount of support that she was able to give her team to get back into that one. You see the breach stun on default, you see the aftershock come in right behind it as well. And being able to
that was great team
isolate Akita there in that pressure moment and still being able to get that defuse.
I mean, the discipline there to not fully commit to the fight straight away, knowing that Akita's still holding on to that op, not just diving in. With such little time left, just under a second. G2 into the next round, put their foot down. Finally, the run it back returns to the round, but it doesn't get all too much. The spam followed up by Akita, though, means that the solo anchor of B is gone, and Alexi removed on her flank as well. The repurchase of the op, no value. Nello set up to receive 2 players with a trap that goes broken. It's the player that falls behind it as well. G2 Gozen finally able to establish a little bit of control. Last couple rounds shaky, but this is the perfect response.
Mad V potentially just opting to save here. Yeah, I think that's a wise choice.
I was thinking for a moment, maybe she's like, oh, you know how the last round went.
And honestly, I wouldn't blame her. I wouldn't blame her if she decided to go in for that. You know, still got a flash in the pocket. Stun has come back up as well.
Everyone on Falcons does still have money. Vanya will be hoping to potentially catch Mad V
It's Vanya.
late here.
Alright.
But both sort of giving each other the time of day, the respect as well. G2's money not completely out of the woods. In fact, it's worse than on the defender's side. Looking at the situation, they've been able to build up to a couple ults of their own now. The only heavy hitters I'm looking at are the Blade Storms on both sides, to be honest. Like,
I think this is a nice timeout though, because G2, the pace change that they just had there, you know, we speak about how they're so methodical in their approach. Now just having that time of a breather thanks to Falcons. And you could see them just figuring out, how do we get back into this one? We managed to get a couple of rounds on the board. And the thing is as well, Haza, when you're looking at their composition, there's no reason why they can't set up these crunch plays like we discussed before.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the problem with Fracture is, where do you choose to use it? And what's your plan B if there are no players there? Because honestly, that is the state of affairs at times. I think, yeah, again, we're kind of wondering, where do the priorities lie for Falcons? This is their map pick of Fracture again. It's important to note. When you look at it, what are they hoping to try and obtain? At the start of the map, it felt like Arcade outside of B was where they put most value, but G2 didn't really show too much presence there themselves. A lobby started to get a bit more of a look in. Well, now, well, the round begins from spawn for Falcons. They've not got the best of guns, so maybe playing a little more reactive is the right solution.
But it's Mad V that's got that hero rifle that we need to keep an eye on. Choosing not to give it to any of the 3 duelists that she could have, and in fact, keeping it for herself. It is Alexi that's looking to take the first contact here, but ult's committed from G2 Gozen. Amy popping that showstopper.
Yeah, oh, but Nello goes down in main. That could make a huge difference. Not threading the needle. Oh, gun in play, Mad V. That was the one saved Vandal that they had, and the upgrade on a Neri doesn't count for anything. G2 with just one of those rounds that you can't deny. It's frustrating for Falcons because there were opportunities there for them to get back into it.
That's even more frustrating for Falcons when you think about it.
Absolutely. But it was the decision that G2 made. Amy's gone on the judge. She's built up that showstopper round on round by this orb selection. They went dish there. She's coming in at an elevated angle. You sort of have to respect it. It's like, okay, I can sit in the open with a Sheriff and hit the flying mid-air one tap, or I can just give up the space.
Again, not the result they were maybe looking for, but looking a bit deeper into this round now, Haza, we can kind of look at what they've actually spoken about in that timeout. Of course, Alexi, they've been having a great performance on that operator, going to invest back into it. Get out of my way!
Mary from up on high, seeing if she can't drag G2 Gozen down with her. Akita. High octane for her so far. Ooh, Nello does trade 1 for 1, but there you have it. G2 with the numbers here looking so strong, and with a missed shot, a blind Alexi's a dead one. Still, so many players on B, and Camu.
Yeah, let's go, Camu.
Stand up to it. Another triple kill. The Brim doesn't need a stim. It's Nello that needs to clear her corners, and oh, she's going to.
the HP of Kamayu. Needs to be able to come up huge here, and it's actually the crouch peak
Ooh,
that catches Nella
alright,
off
got the
guard.
crouch,
A
got the
4K
crouch.
for
Let's
Kamayu.
go.
We've been waiting for her to stand up strong, as you said, Haza.
A bastion on the B site. The blockade that G2 Gozen just can't get past. How many times has she had ridiculous individual rounds? Forget the duelist. It doesn't matter what agent you pick. You put a gun in her hands and she's getting the job done. I've been so impressed with her performances. And looking even to the end of the year, the calendar for both of these teams, with the end goal being not just attending those Game Changers championships, but winning them. Just gets you even more excited for it. But into the next, it's the op-out again. Alexi just not quite finding the same kind of value that she was early on. G2 have cottoned on to this and managed to find the perfect counter. Aniri and Main is a story which seems to be delivering, but just not enough. 3-on-3, and Amy's online. Getting active, getting ever closer to a showstopper, but it's the ult from Kamayu that comes in instead.
I need it, so how can I save more money? I know I have to make more money, right?
What is happening?
Amy looking to find the ace here, and she does find the fourth. It's just a question of whether Mary peeks into the crosshair of Amy, and she does.
There you have it. We were made to wait for a while to see another ace, but Amy has picked one up. I think all theories of Meg's 4K fanatics have been debunked now. She's sat on the sofa opposite me and she doesn't look very happy at that. But I tell you who will be. G2 Gozen, 8-3 now. One round away from it being the same scoreline on the half that Falcons fell to. A huge comeback. We've seen crazier things happen.
I mean, the stories write themselves at this point, Haza. And look at this timing from Nero! Literally just missing an Neri, but it's the shorty from Akita that's going to pick up that first engagement. Kamayu, the player that Falcons have relied on to be the anchor of this B site for so long, is going to be the one to fall.
And it's Akita again to hammer home another kill. It's not just her impact in that department, but the space taking as well. Finally put to rest by Aneri. But Mimi knows that as long as she shoots in the general direction of the tower, someone's going to be coming out. Vanya wrapping around the generator position to find the final player, Madvi. Falcons have had their moments on this map, but unfortunately, it's not quite been enough so far. A G2 pistol here could just be enough.
I think I've seen this tale before,
I
Haza.
have, but I think the difference with that one was that Falcons failed to pick up the pistol round. When they had 9 rounds, it took so long for the 10th. If G2 picked this up here,
I think it could be everything, yeah. And I think it is something that the desk highlighted as well, right, is the amount of first picks that they were able to get in that match and just kind of throw them away. I think coming into this one again, it's been very flip-floppy, right? In the sense that sometimes Falcons are able to get that first pick on the defense. The operator has been so good for them, but...
yeah, no ops in this round. Yeah, it's actually called the pistol round. I don't know if you guys knew that, but...
oh, thanks for that one, mate.
Yeah, only top tier analysis here from myself. G2 looking towards the B site now, as Falcons have made their first incision on what could be their last if it doesn't draw blood. And Neri doing exactly that. Nello down. Sentinel back in the server. Will be missing from this situation. But look at G2, how quickly they gravitate towards the main position. In the meantime, Falcons starting to take some arcade space. You can see Mad V pushing from the tower, holding on right now as the flash comes in. They've not cleared Alexi. That's the last mistake that you will make, because Falcons have picked up the pistol that they needed, and they're right back in this.
We're going to 5 maps today.
Well, you saying that right now?
We are. I just have this feeling. I've been having this feeling all day. But that's okay, because I think as well, it shows the health of the competition that we have, no?
Yeah. Having the feeling about 5 maps. But it's good that you're talking about it, of course. Yeah, I don't know. I think about a decider every now and then. I've got to keep it to myself. Oh, surely not. I mean, this isn't the round for G2. Not with the classics. You know, they'll tell you buy the bundle. Mimi's got it there.
Fully smoked.
Is it really that good? Can Falcons keep it clean and make that bonus dangerous? Because that's what we're really looking at here. You need momentum now if you want to make this second half work, and that's exactly what they're doing. Akita is going to get a double. And one more from Nello is the kind of damage that I'm talking about.
Yeah, dude. This is actually a round. This round hurts. This round hurts if you're Falcon.
And it looks like she might be the first point of contact here as well. There is a double stack, but still a chance for Nello as she's just playing security guard, double, triple checking the cam.
That's my security guard.
That's my security guard. Goats and security guards, whatever is next.
I want to know what she's saying because I just saw a chuckle in that player cam there.
Yeah.
Camera taken out.
And what are Falcons saying? Because they already know, okay, we're running away with this round. Nello goes down to the spike, doesn't let them stretch those margins, increase any kind of potential advantage, build towards an ult. But it's a healthy bonus, a strong one. You've got 3 rifles, a little bit of everything.
For sure, I think it's the revival that Falcons needed, you know, being able to get back
Falcons.
into this one. But it's a question of how much they're going to be able to do when, especially when I see Akita buying up a glass cannon operator going into this round potentially.
Yeah. Few times we have seen that scope shattered.
And the thing is, some of the players on Falcons here only have light shields, regen shields.
It's as good as it's gonna get. G2's chance to take 10 starts with Akita doing exactly what we prophesized. The op in play, deadly as ever. She gets out as well.
Yo, what's up, Dio?
Hello, next up. Any more would be
up,
great, but
Dios?
Falcons do have a response. At long last, a chance to get the spike down.
I am
but
watching
it's late from tower,
Falcon
and
get
there
kind
is
of
a
worked
flank
here, man.
slowly working its way across the top side of the map.
Life is good,
Oh,
man.
Akita.
Life is good.
You don't even get a
Family's
moment,
at
a moment to breathe. That's the spike as well. It never crossed.
Valentine's Day, a volleyball for our niece. Oh no.
Akita just looking for more here as well, Haza. And I think she's going to get it.
I was just about to say, I don't think that spike is going to cross. Akita aiming right for the mid-drift, but Alexi peeks in. She's a dead woman walking, finally put to rest. Perhaps the 4K theory was true after all, but it matters not.
How about you, brother?
Akita
How's your day?
has got
How
all
did
that
everything
she needed,
marinate
all
last
G2
night
needed.
after we spoke about
The bonus
everything?
would have been huge for Falcons.
Hey, you like the finals?
Look
All
at
right,
the
so
number
one of my
when it comes
buddies,
back up on the
I don't know if you
screen.
know him, but he's blown
You-
up
you
over the
thought
last
there would
couple
be
months.
more. They
But
really
do you
did,
know
but they went
Neon
all in.
Guts?
Yeah, they really did, Haza. And I think as well, Akita, such a standout player that we've been highlighting all
All right,
throughout this
he's one of the
tournament.
biggest in the world, I think.
We talk about
biggest players in the
risk-taking
world.
as
We're
well.
kind of
Deciding
buddies.
to buy that operator, no shields into that round.
We've known each other for a few years
Getting
when he
the
was
young
absolutely
bomber.
tiny.
From our own captain as well. Coming into this one though.
But are you
Falcons
watching
Data
like the
just
pro scene, or are you
really
just
setting
watching?
it up tower, being able to gain control of that super quickly
See,
here.
so hold on. We go to the
Now,
finals.
usually where this
Let me
comp
see
will
if
be
my buddy's
scary
even
is in
streaming right now.
post-plant, but
Oh no, he's playing
Falcons
Arc Raiders right
without
now.
Liberty here. Oh,
I don't
starting
know
to
why
fight
he's
forwards.
playing
Harry
Arc
at the double.
Raiders.
That could be everything, but Akita's still online with the blades in hand there. Would
Why did this stop? Neon
chance, but
Guts
runs dry.
with a
Falcons
Z.
follow it up with a thrifty. Get out of here.
I'm sure I asked for a stat on thrifty rounds earlier. I'm
Yeah.
asking again, can we please get a stat for how many thrifty rounds there have been throughout this tournament? It's ridiculous.
Can we please get a member of staff over to aisle G2, please? The cleanup is not going as expected.
I want to know who's been thrifted as well, because I feel like it's always at the hands of Falcons, right? They're so good in these thrifty rounds, deciding to get creative, full sending it at teams, things that you can't always expect. And of course, it forces G2 to take a pause now, Haza.
You look at the meta of Fracture as well to have a more general conversation. Falcons, Vega, as I said, playing more on brand. G2, I mean, elements of this comp you may choose to keep, but I feel like they wouldn't be
Neon
paired up
guts,
together
just
where
in
you
case.
do have
Neon
that very set synergy
guts.
on the attack side. Drew picking away at what he believes might be the problem. I have to say, look, even having Nello on the Cypher here, we know she started slow on Haven, but I think that should be a huge difference, at least in terms of those kill trips, when you've got a Neri heading straight in every time on the Neon. It's like one of the most
With
direct
a Bucky
counters
half
you could
the
have.
time. Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
No, precisely.
You need that advantage coming into your retakes.
Right there.
Well, let's see what G2 can do with a rather strange buy that
Uh-oh.
they have
If you
going
said
into
anything
this
for the
round.
last couple
Few
minutes, I
sheriffs on
probably missed you.
board, and of course a Bulldog and a Judge in the hands of Vanya as well. Trip set up for Mimi's Sheriff on B, but
With the smoke in play, she's done enough to just stave off early aggression from Falcons. Working the bottom end of the map.
what?
Bopping around. Let's say that they're going. This is going to get messy.
Yeah, 4 players from G2 sat patiently waiting. And of course the camera's going to be the first thing to take contact here.
And the question is, what comes from this? Where's the profit? Who pulls the pin? Right
What are your
now,
predictions
dead
for the
silence
VCT,
until
though?
Lexi breaks
All
out
right,
into the
so
open, breaks
I'm
the
assuming
ice.
you're talking
Akita,
about
couple.
international
Oh, it's
and
Nella
not
as well, but there is a second kill. Flashed up Kamiyu has taken a boatload of damage in the
not for
process.
the US. Is that correct?
The wide wall allows a reposition for Vanya, at least to keep Falcons guessing, but she's got out of dodge.
And how are we in a 2v2 now, Hazza? G2 managed to get so much from that.
All right, so
Yeah,
it's
we
gonna
can
be
hold the
tough.
thrifty round start because there's a very
I'm pretty
real
much a homer.
possibility that yet another gets added to the tally. G2 coming in from both ends. Mimi to drop, but it's Vanya set up. Bulldog in her hands, and here is the paranoia to make the play happen. One player blind, taken down. Vanya gets them both with the Bulldog. And out the back of the timeout, G2 do reach 11.
You know what's crazy is
and
Mary
that
used to be
comeback
part of this team.
feels like it might be a little too staggered
Mary
now.
was the best player in the world there for a little bit.
And you have to
I don't know what
question
people think now, but-
Falcons' decision was there. Like, why they decided to go towards that A site. They saw the smoke come down on B and just decided to walk into the A. There's no way that one smoke on B forces them into that stack on A, you know, just a little too fearful, not willing to explore what was beyond that smoke, which is so unusual because this is a team that peeks beyond smokes in
I mean,
other rounds.
I was gonna say, we had the conversation recently, what, 100 people versus one gorilla who would win? 5 Falcons players against one smoke and they turn away? Was not expecting that
It's
one.
not like them, no, that's what I'm
No.
saying. I mean, maybe just cautious that all players could have been sat in there with a shotgun, but no, a complete fake, and this
Yeah,
one,
Oh, Vanya's invested the ult, but kind of need the main end to hold up here.
Dude,
Amy's been able to do exactly that. The paint shells just slow it down to a
Yeah,
snail's
Akita is
pace
kind of
here,
insane.
Alexi.
I honestly think that used to be
Cornered,
Mary's
looking to clear
route.
it.
Oh.
Both players there for the fight. Vanya, the one that ultimately wins it. This was Falcon's last-ditch opportunity to just throw some money at the situation and hope that it sticks. Down to the last 2
Man.
rifles.
All right, so if
Back
we're
to
talking
business on
international,
B.
I gotta be straight with you. I don't know that I can give a
Nello's getting that
non-biased,
information 5 to 10 business days ahead of
response here.
schedule, though.
I got 2 messages.
yeah, it's going to be difficult here now for Kamiyu and MadV to be able to even get a plant down. This could easily be contested. G2 are all here, ready and available.
To shut up shop, but ooh, Mad V, one back. Vanya though, that's the Phoenix that we were foretold would be hitting the server, and she's gone off like dynamite. G2 Gozen coming into this one. I'll finally mention it. We had such a close game on Haven. You were always expecting that next one to be a little bit more one-sided. The fact that G2 have channeled the momentum, Billy, it set them up brilliantly now, heading into what will then become their map pick next.
You felt brave enough to share that
I
now.
know.
Now that we're at map point and you're going to have jinxed us, but it's fine.
No, but well, you see, this is the thing. Either I'm bold or the viewer gets the maximum entertainment. Maybe Falcons can just keep us on the edge of our seat. Is there any more left to be played? It's a key to sight hit, and well, I tell you what, hit her straight through the box. Nella
Oh.
removed before she even gets a look in. Okay. Yeah, Falcons will get 7.
There we go.
The round's not over just yet, Hazza, and it is that remaining.
All right, they're
core
still
of
fighting.
G2
All right, so
Gozen
while this
from
is
last
going,
year, of course.
hold on, 3v5, definitely winnable. Oh yeah, this is
But
definitely
maybe they
winnable.
won't.
This is
G2 are
definitely
back,
winnable.
and I spoke too soon. The player's in sight, a cornered. There's a showstopper still to come through from Amy. Oh, it's not gonna land though. Falcon's still
No
here,
way,
still
dude.
fighting.
It definitely felt like they were gonna get that. It definitely felt like G2 was gonna get that. Oh
Close it up
boy.
with a clutch.
Woo! Mary, let's go!
But the next, not quite all right. Mary to haul Falcons over the line.
All right, let's take a look.
They stay alive.
We probably don't.
Just
Do we have
about.
the full bracket yet? If we look at the international, if I go to
Oh my gosh,
VLR.gg.
things into existence. I'm
Because
sorry.
in North America, it's Canada, right? Toronto, let's go
Yeah,
matches. Okay, they don't have anything up yet. All stages. Yeah, they don't have anything
Even
up yet.
with it being Falcons round,
They don't even have the teams
with that
yet
much
up
money
here.
left in the bank, still able to buy up an
So we can
operator
see the
going into
team.
this round.
But dude, this is kind of the exciting part. You know, we could go based off of kickoff, but things aren't the same since kickoff. You know,
Doesn't feel like
things
Falcons
are
have
pretty sick.
been, well, they've been a bit more reserved.
Hey Dio, one of your buddies came in last night too, by the way. I hope I was helpful.
As well when you look at how
Oh yeah. I mean, that's a pretty stacked lineup. Although to be fair, dude, Aspas kind of proved he's the Khalad. He proved that he's probably the best player in the world by carrying MIBR to an international, especially in the way they did it. Like, I honestly think they're about to lose to MIBR today, but that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. We
That is
mentioned it at
okay.
the start going into this map. The amount of information it's able to gather, not just the space that it's able to take, but
Oh,
just being able to
man,
recognize
he's
if
so
there's
good.
too
Aspas
many
is so
bodies
good,
stacked
bro.
towards one site, and of course,
Like, he's somehow better than...
it looks as though it's going to be.
I don't want to
a
say better
direct
than Tens, right? Because that's like
B approach
blasphemy,
from
but...
Falcons Vega to begin with.
B is a site which G2 Gozen have often struggled to hold on to. Early raise nade coming in to deny the traps, but Vanya's here. Both flashes intended to be used. Nello the only one that gets value. G2 offsite, but look at the flank coming in. Oh, Mimi, wait, she just gets the double straight up, peeking it right away.
I know, dude. Could you imagine him on the Sentinels?
And Neri, last player remaining, a 1 versus 4. But G2 story on Fracture is one of coming right back in this series. After being so many rounds down on Haven, they are the team with 2 maps now under their belt. Heading into the 4th, they feel like
I wonder
the
how this
reigning
team
champs
feels.
that could just
Ooh,
do
I
it
can't wait to hear what you
back-to-back.
think. But I really wonder, these players here,
Amazing
they're just on a
performance coming out from
dominant
G2
team.
Gozen there.
I wonder what it feels like.
I did get a little bit worried, you know. I was starting to write the narrative of, oh, well, maybe Falcons are going to go off and win this. But I mean, G2 doing a great performance on Fracture. And I think it's crazy given the amount of reps that Falcons Vega have had on that map this year. Of course, I mentioned it as we went into
All right,
G2.
this is going to be a banger. Tens is a better
managing to keep
overall
their win
player.
streak on
Interesting.
this
Well,
map so far
all right,
this year.
I agree with you. You know what? That's a great point.
13-7.
The
It's telling,
fact
especially
that
after the
Tens could
first
put
half.
duelist skills on an Omen
numerous
is what
times
made
throughout
him
the
so
commentary.
special as an Omen.
Couldn't let it go, but after Haven, when things are that close, when you play, 3-4 rounds of overtime, you don't end up closing a map you had a huge lead on if you're Falcons. Then it comes back to play against you. They're mental right now. Completely drained, it feels like.
Yeah,
While they
I
came
imagine
into
Falcon is
Fracture
mentally
with a
toast
clear
right
way of
now.
how they wanted to play it with what you already mentioned, an undefeated record, a very set way, a set system, an approach. It didn't quite translate. Maybe that's, them then playing with the 3 duelists and the format. That's the sort of asterisk you put on it. But at the same time, we expect.
All right,
that
I'm gonna go put
quality
this bowl
on
back
that,
and get another
when you,
drink, and then I'll be right
struggle
back.
kind of like they did, yeah, it's,
But see, we
it's
wonder,
a
would
shame.
I think it's a
Aspas
little
do
bit different
well?
as well, because as we
What if
start
he
to
moved
look
over
ahead,
to
of course,
Omen, and he could be
Icebox is going
sneaky?
to be our next
Although there
map,
is
and
something pretty
Falcons Vega
awesome
don't
about
have
the
a
fact
great
that
win
Aspas
record
is
on
like, I'm
Icebox
standing
in this
here,
tournament
you
so
know I'm
far. Of
here,
course, the 2
and
times
I'm
that they've
still
played it,
gonna
they've
beat you.
lost it.
Yeah, and the first
That's
time
hardcore.
they played it into the second, we saw a composition change, we saw an improvement, but still, when it's probably, yeah, you know, like the worst map in this whole veto process for them. That's where those early couple of rounds really make all of the difference, from Lotus to Haven, and now having seen the fracture, G2 coming out of it not only with the advantage in terms of maps, but as I already mentioned, the mental advantage as well, how they're going to be feeling in this situation. And sure, it's one thing to sort of beat a dead horse and say, oh, they've come up from lowers, they've had to play a longer day, all of those extra
G2
extenuating
had to do that last
factors.
year.
But as you say, we have seen that from G2 before, and now it's really, can you go ahead and close it?
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll find out, Haza. But until then, we are gonna just have to keep holding on and thinking, you know. It's just, you know what, it's so exciting the fact that we're already getting to the 4th map for me. I think like Icebox, it does make me wish that we do go to that 5th map. Like as much as it doesn't look great for Falcons, I know that like G2 could be able to close this one out, but I want to see a Pearl. I do want to see a Pearl.
Look, that's what we're about to find out. We're going to head to a break, but when we return, we will be back with the 4th map in this series. It's Icebox, and for the Falcons fan, a difficult one to digest. G2 Gozen back in front with a title to take for the
I don't think I'll ever have a chance as a controller either.
Can they do it? That's what we're going to find out after this.
Hey, it's Mary.
Hey, it's Alexi
From Falcons Vega.
We're Mimi and Nila from G2 Gozen.
And today we're gonna see how well we know each other.
Yeah. Question number 1. Who knows the
It's
most
funny, they're having to
about
rerun
friends?
this
So I would
because
say
they had
it's for
technical
friends,
issues
because
earlier in the
always,
week
like,
where they ran
an
these.
internet weeb, you know, like she always.
She knows the
Every time we
weirdest.
ask her a question, she always knows.
I guess you, because you live
Well,
longer.
because I'm old.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Who is most likely to start singing during a warm up?
Oh, that's so me. Oh, you starting a lot of songs.
Just keep
Breathing,
breathing.
Who would survive the longest in a zombie apocalypse?
Me. They're all gonna die before me.
Next question. Who is most likely to forget their mouse or keyboard before a tournament? You wanna say it
It's
together?
you.
No! No!
Which teammate is most likely to sleep through an alarm?
Amy, again. She was like this morning.
I thought it was 9:30.
You ready?
3, 2, 1.
Mad V. We know each other too well. Too well.
Yeah, I don't even know if you'd call this C tier, because these are the best, 2 of the best women's teams in the world, or whatever they call them, game changers. They're 2 of the best game changers teams in the world. But this tournament is, they have to run 3 duelists. I'm assuming 3 duelists, initiator, and a smoke. So it's a little bit different. A little bit different. All right, don't make fun of me, but it's kind of icy. I'm trying a new soda today. Sprite Chill. It's got cherry and lime in it, which, if done correctly, is the best. So, yeah, I don't even think this is actually considered a tier tournament. Best teams in the world playing different rules. Know what I'm saying? Hey, so can you tell me a little bit more, like, what are some of the things you're allowed to invest in not allowed to invest in, stuff like that. Yeah, like what are you allowed to invest in outside of the country, I guess. So I'm assuming they have no problem with you investing in everything in the country, but what else? I think nothing else. Wow. So, do they allow capital from outside of Morocco in there? Like, do they allow people to buy into their markets, but they don't allow their people to buy outside of their markets? Is that kind of what's going on? Ooh, I want this thing to come out. Interesting. This music's kind of a banger. I can't lie. We are French people buying houses in Marrakesh. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of countries have a thing where they don't allow people to buy, but then when they get desperate, that's when they start to allow foreigners to buy land. For some reason, America just lets foreigners buy land. We don't even have a easy get out of jail free card by opening up our markets, so I don't know. I'm a hater, bro. Doom, da-dum, da-da-dum. Man, oh, so they're investing in it and then they're renting it out to citizens and other tourists? Is that what they're doing?
We have finally seen Fracture here at Red Bull Instalock, and over at the Fnatic HQ. I'm sure they've been enjoying this grand final as well. I absolutely love the
I know I have no power, but if I were running a country, foreigners would not be allowed to buy frugal lifestyle. All right.
With Meg.
No foreigners would be able to buy in my country if I was a leader.
Why would you give me that?
Only rent.
I can't believe you just whipped that one out.
FNC.
Yeah, but no, we're having an absolute giggle up in here, especially after that map, because Fracture, we did expect the chaos that did ensue, but of course, got a shout out to Vania on the Phoenix, who did all of the right things that I expected her to do on that Phoenix role, and it was a very enjoyable map, and I'm glad that it did go G2 goes his way with the Phoenix.
Yeah, and I love Fracture in general. I'm a bit sad this is the only time we've seen it, and this is the only time we're going to see it at this year's Red Bull Instalock. But
their biggest hope is to work in public
really
jobs.
Interesting.
Yikes.
We didn't really get too much time to talk about it during Agent Select, and given the circumstances of the 3 duelists, I actually really love
Then they
both
will
of
buy
their
a house
comps, and
with
I think
mortgage.
we saw 2 very different.
There are times so that makes
games,
sense,
and
even if
was
it
G2 that
doesn't.
ended up winning. Do you think it was because they had a better game plan with the comp that they brought out?
I do prefer the Sentinel here, as I do think the Initiator can kind of be fulfilled by a duelist somehow, with sending somebody in, I guess, with...
It all depends on
Phoenix,
what your before and
with the
after
run it
is
back
going to be,
gather
you
the
know?
information before the site takes. I just think that on a map like Fracture, where you're having so many lurks, there's so many crunches onto the A and B site, and even pushes through their own spawn into the sites. I just think that having the Sentinel there, like Nello, to just maintain a bit of map control, in my opinion, was what won them the game. But of course, not just that. The absolute stonks that all 3 duelists put up on G2 Gozen. You had a
Public jobs are better here because you're safe from being private sector is risky. Yeah, but that means your economy is toast. If the only way for people to find hope is through government jobs, that means your economy is toast.
To take the win.
If the private sector is not what's driving your economy, you're in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble.
She ended up having 4 ults in 20 rounds, which is insane. That's a Phoenix ult every 5 rounds. And every single time she ulted, even when she didn't get a kill, it was always valuable. There was one ult she did, which I thought was
deep trouble.
Cheeky, where
deep
Akita literally
trouble.
ran up ropes on Heaven behind the Phoenix ult. It was a cheeky little bait from Vania, and then Akita gets the trade. It was such beautiful synergy and execution that I cannot believe that Akita, first of all, hasn't played with this team for 2 years, and second of all, that they haven't run this comp before, because you wouldn't know that they haven't done this before if you just watched that map without the context.
No, and honestly, shout out to Akita, because I have been completely wowed by her performance, not just in 1 or 2 maps, throughout the whole of Red Bull Instalock. She has been so incredibly consistent, and I think it's so good to see her come through. Again, with Vania as well, we did expect her to be sort of up there on the ACS, but to think Akita is almost pulling up nearly 100 ACS more, like, and that is just consistently throughout all of the maps as well, is incredible.
That is ridiculous. 346.
So
she won
you got to get in there. You got to get in there, Dio. You got to find Dios. You got to find a way to get a business going. Start revitalizing that economy. They got to open up, man. They got to open up their economy. Otherwise, Morocco is in serious trouble. So if you plan to have kids, your kids will be in serious trouble. Because they might already be doing this, but the next thing they'll do is actually open up. And to get things going in the economy, they'll invite, I don't know how else to say it, but foreigners to live in your country to replace you guys. So
are we about to see one of the greatest pickups we've ever seen in Game Changers?
Honestly, I think it could be if Akita can sort of maintain that level of gameplay outside.
Why? Dios, you gotta tell me, bro. Why? Why not?
G2 Gozen needed to kind of come back into the competition after a rough sort of couple of splits and a couple of tournaments. I do think that this could completely change the way that they show up.
Yeah, Split 2 is going to be very, very exciting. But I'm getting ahead of myself because we still have a grand final here to play, and we still have map 4 coming up. Potentially Hopium on my side, a map 5, because I want to see all 5 maps. I think it's only fair that we fly Falcons all the way here to London. You know, we have to go the distance here. Yeah. But Icebox is going to be a very, very tall task for them, though.
Yeah, they did lose it out to G2 Gozen yesterday, Falcons, but like we kind of mentioned earlier, I think sometimes you have that lower bracket, that loss buff, because you're coming into this understanding where you went wrong and being able to rectify those mistakes.
Hey, life is a blessing, no matter your circumstance. Like, if you really want to put things into perspective, imagine if how we feel as modern people. We don't want to bring kids into this. Imagine people throughout history felt that way. You have ancestors, Dios, that stood down saber-toothed tigers and won. And now we're like, oh man, I don't know, people are kind of mean and money's weird. These people literally had to go out and fight and kill to survive. And now modern people are like, I can't have a mansion, so I won't. I know that's not what you're saying, right? But you get some people who are like, I'm not a millionaire, so I won't have kids. Like, bro, your ancestors went through so much stuff.
out of team.
And we all just quit, man. We did. We
Xbox
became super
before.
soft.
I
With
actually,
Lexi on Sage.
yeah, but
Pulling out
what I
Sage.
love is
You
they obviously also have
should
a very
find
plant
a woman
heavy
who is the
approach, you know,
opposite,
wanting
just
to
like
play
you
their
are the
Sage.
opposite,
I think they
and
went
go
Sage Viper,
smash
which I
these
think is
trends.
such a nice balance.
Go
Because
smash
the
'em.
comps that Falcons have already run. They did
Go
Harbor
smash
Gecko,
'em.
which, you know, full plant, wanting to plant.
Have
And
8
then they kinda
kids while
dumbed it
everyone
down
else
and
is
they went
having
Viper
0.
Killjoy. So I'm thinking you mash those two ideas together and you go Sage Viper or maybe Gecko Viper, and I would really, really love that for them.
I do think Gecko Viper could be a bit of a winner here with that, obviously, plant assistance, and you still have that post-plant utility. You've got the Gecko Molly, you've got the Viper Molly, and I do think once they get the plant down, the thing about Falcons is they very, very rarely kind of give away those 1v1s that aren't at least planned or thought out. They're very, very good at being controlled in those post-plants. So I do
She made
think
you
that
more
could
stressful
be a winning
about the money
combination for them.
issue. Hey, brother,
they do, though,
listen, I don't know you, I don't know your
really
relationship.
enjoy
This
it.
might be
Maybe
good,
Matt,
but
just
you and your girl
also
need to be
having
on
a
the
day
same
with
page for
Killjoy,
everything.
and maybe they
If
swap
you're
out
willing to
that
do things
Killjoy
that are
for
scary,
someone else, 'cause,
she's got to be with you,
again,
man.
looking at Lose
She's got to
for
follow
9
you.
X on that Killjoy
Trust
yesterday,
you, stuff like
and
that, man.
valuable
You got to
sense
do
of
what
the
is going to be
on
best
that
for you in the
high
long
spots,
run.
especially with maintaining that mid control.
We
those
do
late
not
rounds
need to be in
in,
relationships
those left
just
onto the
to
AOP
be in
side. I just think
relationships.
that
You know?
They're really going to have to think about what they want to do in their game plan in this one and what they're going to favor.
But wouldn't you want Mavi to go ISO here?
I do,
She
I
can't
do.
do both.
I do. So I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe we see Alexi
Aneri?
go onto the
Yeah.
Gecko, or Aneri take that. Well, I think with the way Aneri's been playing on Duelist, I don't want her on anything else. I can't imagine Mary coming off. Obviously, Camu is going to be on that controller no matter what, I think. So maybe it's
Most
just,
people here are dating
Alexi
for
didn't
fun,
have the
like
best
nothing
performance on
serious.
practice,
So waste of time,
especially
brother.
her kind of coming off that
If I
base
were
where she
you,
did previously play Jet
listen, let's be
against
real.
Geo
There's
Gozen.
one
Fine
reason
girls,
men
but I
date
think,
when they're not really looking to marry. Just one
Send
reason.
me in. Let me
Um,
cook. Let me cook.
But
Because
for
for
most
G2,
men,
you know,
it
this
would be
is what they
much
do
better
best. When
to
they get
pull
themselves
yourself
into those
out
key
of the
situations,
dating
close
game,
things out,
make
there's
yourself
no dilly-dallying,
extremely
and they make
valuable,
sure that they
and then be
secure this.
picky and
For me,
choosy
all
about the
pressure's
woman
on the
you
side
end
of
up with.
Falcons. I don't even think the
It's my
comp is gonna matter
recommendation.
too much from G2 because they're playing with so much confidence right now.
Yeah, they've got a fire underneath them, especially after that Haven win. I think this is the thing. You could definitely say a team like Falcons could come back into this, but G2 Gozen, when you give them that in, they take it and they don't let it go. And as you've just seen on Fracture, they kind of come in, assert their dominance off a win like that, especially a comeback like that. You know, it wasn't close the whole way through. It was looking like Falcons were going to take Haven, and then G2 come back in such a fashion and win in overtime. They're definitely feeling it right now.
That was the pivotal point, I think, like you said. The mentor was shaken a little bit. I want to see them get a little bit louder as well.
Are they not? Because I was going to say, out there, are they giving it what
It's
they've
just
been giving
pure
it?
Nello. It's been pure Nello silliness. Nello
Yo, what's up,
energy,
Soft?
Nello screaming. I want to see Alexi come out with a war cry to start things off.
Bro.
And Camu was also standing up a little bit here and there in the first couple of maps, but that last one, I think.
All right. Wait, did you and Soft meet each other yesterday?
It's a long day. They played a lot
Soft's
of
like
maps
a
already. But
OG.
if this is going to be their last map here at Rebel Instalock, give me some shenanigans.
Yeah, and I do think that they've had.
I can't believe they delayed it till 2026, man. Wait, Dio, I think you were Dios. You were here for that.
And come back into this with the
Could be
fighting
wrong.
spirit that
Maybe
we've
I'm wrong.
seen from them in previous maps. Because I think that's the thing. A team like Falcons, they perform at their absolute best when they're in fighting spirit, when they're in top form, when they're giving it the gab, they're giving it the BM on stage, and you can see that their energy is sort of flailing, and they're feeling the hit off that Haven. So I think they really have to have that full mental reset in this sort of break now and come back into this and take G2 Gozen on as they know they can.
I know Mimi and Mary, I believe they're both Rebel athletes. I could be wrong.
Yes, you are.
But I need Camu to be signed up because her favorite thing to say so far in this tournament is pulling off the most unbelievable.
It's extra sad for me because I finally was like, all right, this is my easy way out of, bro, I want to ask you about something. Hit me. Are you talking about Soft or me, Dios?
If that is not epitomizing,
Morocco borrowing money to build stadiums for the World Cup.
Sign her up just off that. That is truly the perfect way to sort of. That is the war cry of Red Bull Instalock.
Okay.
Yeah, and for Camu to.
All
be
right,
the
this
one
is
doing
this
that,
is tough, Dios.
Yeah, on the controller.
If
on the Brimmy, I mean that Brimmy round.
if
I can't remember exactly the round where she.
the government can be trusted and puts together a great plan.
Definitely been an MVP.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there, Dios. If your government is smart about it and they put together a good plan, on, then they can it can be a huge boost because they're going to have a huge boost for those few weeks, but if they can rally people before it, rally people after it. But unfortunately, most governments are terrible with this and are very focused on the weeks of the World Cup itself. It is likely going to hurt you because what are you going to do with those stadiums after the World Cup? Hey, what's up, Acer? Brother, you never have to apologize. Get out of here. Nobody has to apologize. I literally am happy you spent any time here, brother.
I turned to the G2 manager. I was like,
the other problem is that 2026 might be might be okay. This is I saw this yesterday in some forum soft. So they said it could be a full year plus to release on PC after releasing the console. That's crazy.
To sort of take a title in the MEA as well.
Oh, any time to think, considering I've also gotten in a relationship with an El Salvadorian woman, and I've been learning Spanish. Okay. Is she in America, Acer, or are you talking to her in El Salvador? Yeah, so Dios, you gotta be... I mean, there's nothing you could do, but...
on this one, Yinsu, like any... Sort of
on Icebox from G2,
just different, anything different that we haven't seen.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good, Dios.
At this point, it's almost like a don't fix what's not broken.
All right, so she's in El Salvador, huh?
The pressure is not on them. Even if they end up losing this map, they do have.
Smart.
My goodness,
that's smart.
G2,
it's also messed up. From your job. All right, local.
I'm glad. Wow, this is. I'm kind of getting a bit jealous.
I mean,
are you jealous?
Oh, we're getting.
I'm getting really jealous
as well.
Okay, where would you sit in that little hand, holding hands over? Where would you put yourself?
My man.
Gotta be in the middle.
In the middle, so between.
I think they're working on making El Salvador not a protected country, so you better be careful.
I feel like you can definitely get the boom boom, the fist bumps quite easily.
Hey, all right. Look at Acer.
I would go between.
Look at Acer.
Is that Mary and Aneri? I think that's where I would go. I would plot myself there, because I think they're both very cold, cool, calm, and collected.
Yeah.
And I can
20,000 chickens.
I feel that. I feel that. I also just remembered
that
I came up with an Amy A song.
Yeah, go on. Hit me with it.
Goes,
not free roam. Where do they go? What do you do with 20,000 chickens?
Oh, we're doing the whole thing. Okay.
No, we don't have to go the whole way.
All right.
But just seeing Amy doing a little bit of mogging there on the screen, it just reminded me. She's so cool.
It was at the debut of this song. Yeah. Because you got a few songs, so they're gonna have to put that up on Genius for you.
Really big chicken coops. All right. I didn't know you could house that many, but it makes sense.
Take it away, guys, and I hope this one's a good one.
Yeah, Billy, you want to intro us in as well?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we kind of just got jumped into that one, didn't we? I'm like over here clambering my notes together, getting ready to jump into this fourth map of the day, but we're back.
We absolutely are, and so are G2 Gozen. They now have the lead. The pressure shifts to
2 maps to zeros.
Yet again, as
each building is 600 meters.
It was going into Fracture as well, of course. That second map in the series, long will that linger on my mind, I think, just in terms of how pivotal that is, what a watershed moment it could be. You look at both of the grand final records for each of these teams, and they speak for themselves. This new crop of Falcons players yet to drop one so far, but standing in their way, a G2 side which haven't lost a main event final since they dropped to Guild back in 2022. Those same 5 players that beat them, only a couple, 100 feet above us, perhaps, from the Red Bull gaming sphere in London. Plenty of history there, and looking back at the history.
So who do they sell their eggs to?
It's a brand new one for Falcons Vega, a 3rd comp on Icebox in this tournament.
I mean, G2 Gozen, of course, they switched up their comp from the first time they played it into the second, but have decided to stick with that. But it's Falcons Vega as well that have just completely switched things around.
It's 4 duelists too. We've actually managed to break through the ceiling, and we're so close to having that 5th duelist. Clove at the best of times, and the way that their kit works, I think, does enable you to get hyper aggressive. Question on my mind is how did G2 handle this? Because it's an attack side as well. It pretty much, the fate of this grand final could very much live and die in those first 12 rounds.
On what I asked and what kind of personal info I bring up about myself.
Yeah,
my wife is Hispanic.
Of course, the time that
my wife's Mexican,
the
though.
SMG girls had done that was, of course, with the Cypher, but no, they have opted for the Clove, as you say, has a very aggressive controller, like you mentioned, and I think getting stuck into this one, it's so exciting, G2 Gozen one map away from being back-to-back Red Bull Instalock champions, and Falcons Vega, their debut at this event, of course, looking to dethrone our current champions.
What an upset it could be from this position at the very least. Falcons, the favourites of many, myself included, coming into the tournament. Their style of play notorious. The 4 duelists, we saw it. And now our Icebox, could that be the answer? Give me the first player to spot any action going on. And Akita always in the feed. Just a single kill though. Maybe still holding on to this space behind her own smoke, trying to play around it. It's Alexi instead, as Falcons have the numbers. A 3 versus 1, but Vanya, all of her utility back in.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down, and as you say, Vanya looking to pick up the first and is able to get that overheal as well now.
Needed it cleanly, and at the very least, Falcons have offered that first way back into the round. Vanya still has 1 orb left, the chance to dismiss or devour. With those players spotted, it's more damage on the overheal gone. Falcons pathing around. Is this a wrap behind Vanya? Has she accounted for this? She has! Quick dismiss away. 1 more target left, and Mary's only 17 points of HP. Over the top, Vanya goes. Time working against her here, but might just have the killer read! Vanya stole!
Did she get it?
Done it. It's so
she got
close. I think it might just have slipped away from her. It was a damn good effort by Vanya!
Woo! Close.
But at the very
Close.
death, Falcons do get the round, which felt like it was guaranteed from the start.
Yeah, that's something that we'll need to keep an eye on going into this map. I think Haza is, of course, starting on that attack side, being able to come into this with 4 duelists. The first team that we've actually seen.
So what are you worried about? What are you worried about them finding out about
and
you?
it's the team that we expected it from.
It's those cries on the desk left unanswered for, you know, just going all the way. 5 duelists.
Every player on this roster has played duelist at some point in their career. So when we came into this, I thought this tournament was really made for Falcons Vega.
That's what they said. The streets were talking. Falcons in the tournament this year, of course, and onto the scene with a bang. G2 very quickly, having now lost the pistol, head into this one with not all too much. The flank has been checked. Falcons have found some positioning off this as well. The outlaw of Aneri will just tear right through.
Why would,
like
I mean, at some point that'll come out.
Smashed right through.
Does your girl know at least?
The rounds. You sort of expect them to off the back of that pistol with the numbers that they had. Sure, it went close, but now into the bonus, it is rock solid.
Yeah, being able to keep over 4 bulldogs there, and
4 bulldogs.
Neri being able to buy up as well.
I mean, because it was flawless and we didn't see too much damage taken, every player that had light shields has got a cheap upgrade. So this is one of the better bonuses I think that we've seen in the whole tournament. Both the Phantom and Vandal absent from the arsenal, but matters not. Mary able to pick up the first. Vanya in close proximity. Snello to shield up and maybe drive some of that attention away from her Reina player, who dropping in, spots Aneri, finds the first, looking for more, getting out with it. Smash and grab. G2 goes in the rifle round, run rampant.
Really nice synergy between both Vanya and Nello there. Things as well, right? Nello being able to shoot out that boom.
Mildly concerning.
Vanya's position
man, so 6 brothers and 2 sisters, man.
Great
hey, man, I'm excited for you.
Map for her. Our 2024 Red Bull Instalock MVP. On this map, she was also playing the Phoenix, but it's back to the Reina now. With the Empress online on both sides, Mary looking to return it to sender. We have some early utility for them to try and gain control. Akita up in nest. When does she take the timing? Head spotted, jet on jet, that's the first. G2! It is an emphatic way to win the next round. And not only did we have a bonus tonight, now it looks like they're going to take the lead off of this.
And it's really nice early recognition from G2 as well, right? Recognizing we're going up against a 4 duelist composition. Let's just take our chances, go for that early aggression, and the fact that they're doing it together, showing the experience that they have.
I mean, like, how much thought can you actually put behind this if you're Falcons as well, in terms of what those combos look like, right? I mean, Mad V can position herself in a way that the undercut from Bell is going to hit where the orb is, and you have the nade as well. But beyond that, it feels like G2 just have everything covered. And they read that, you know, 2 rounds in a row now.
This time, though, Falcons looking to take kitchen control, but Amy looking to have this on lockdown. It will be the turret that alerts her of any sort of presence in tube right now, and Vanya just looking to come over and support.
G2 have reinforced mid. It's still a 5 versus 5. There's no blood spilled inside the server right now. Oh, well, speak of the devil, it's Akita. Incarnate. How many kills could she get from this position? I mean, it's quite an overextension to be still playing Belt there after the dash away. It's not really an upgrade which has been retrieved just yet. Finally, it falls into the hands of Falcons, but not before G2 have managed to deal further damage.
And it's a 3v2 now. Alexei, she's been able to recover a rifle, but that's it gone. It's been completely shut down.
And time is running out, so even if Mary wanted the rotation, there just isn't enough bandwidth to try and support that idea. Has to go for it. Has the ult, the heal, but everything else works against her. You need the quickest, cleanest shots that you've ever seen, and it's just too many conditions that need to work out for her for Falcons to have any chance here. So G2 are in front. It wasn't the cleanest in the end. Falcons do make things difficult, but with those building blocks in place, can they bring us back to an even score?
I think we need to also start looking at all these ultimates that are starting to come online for both sides. Nello, of course, has got that kill contract, able to deny any sort of spike plant if necessary. But it's Falcons deciding to go towards B this time, but it's a question of whether or not this positioning from Vanya
I used to play with the
gets
super
spotted
tiny
and is able to
like
just pick up
that.
one dismiss instantly, very quickly traded
Yeah,
out by the raid on the other side of the
some
server.
people like the
kill
dots.
contract we
Some
mentioned
people like
has
the
been utilised,
little
and Nello is good
squares.
for
Oh
another.
man.
And as soon as Nello knows, it's blood in the water for Falcons, but that is a huge kill.
Huge kill.
You could have just moved the needle enough to keep Falcons' heartbeat ticking over. Tap of the spike, they're looking for an advantage here, and look, with the smoke placed by Aneri, push comes to shove, they needed a chance. Still top site is Amy, and with Mimi supporting, it's a double peak, which Falcons can't digest. G2 continuing to follow up on this into the rifle round, the lead extended, and it all starts with Vanya again.
Yeah, she's getting away with playing in some sneaky corners so far, and I think that's a good thing as well, right, is that G2 Gozen are able to keep Falcons on their toes a little bit, despite playing, you know, a bit more of a normal composition in comparison. They're still able to create question marks.
Nothing normal here on Red Bull Instalock. Falcons trying to push us into crazy hours.
Is that a Phoenix impression?
No?
I don't know what you're trying to
look, if they
attempt
want to
there.
add the voice line
Said
into the
no.
game, I'll take royalties.
Right.
The kind of money that Falcons don't have in this round. They've got ults to work with though, and with Mary finding that kill, Akita is just damned with a shorty in the ult. Showstopper goes out flanking.
Yo,
it.
two
Vanya still
flanking.
alive. That's a problem. Lockdown makes this thing a little bit awkward. Falcons trying to reposition themselves, but it's out into the open, out into the gunfire. But Falcons responding. Mary and Caillou. Amy, the last player left. There's an isolation on this first, but I mean, how much?
If Amy clutches, I'm turning this off right now. Right now.
This does the time. Continually moving in a direction which they just can't get past. So a huge retaliation from Falcons.
And I don't even blame Amy for going in for that fight, right? You look at the economy of G2, managed to build some things up, and even if she gets out of 1 or 2 there to start breaking Falcon's economy. You look at the ultimates starting to be utilized as well. I mean, Amy trying to use that lockdown in that round, but unfortunate to not be able to come away with it.
Also, how quickly we had 2 players on the flank for G2 Gozen. It's kind of showing their hand in terms of how reactive they are being to Falcons here, but that's the perfect start. Akita finds a clean kill with the operator, dashes out of harm's way, and you have your Sentinel utility behind this. Amy has repositioned herself towards the B site itself. Falcons have a lot to get through.
In an area with this attack operator in hand, I mean, we talk about players and teams being able to take risks, and it'll be interesting to see if she does get away with anything in this round. Looking to just prop her up on A here.
Amy's smoke timing is exquisite. Falcons have been stopped at the door. Akita finding another pick. This time it's right through the middle of play. The belly of the beast. She sinks another. 5 versus 3 situation, and when Falcons find themselves on B, without the numbers, it's such a difficult site when you don't have the kind of security that the first of the comps they were running had. It's onto the duelists to do something here for them, but Akita is telling that story all by herself. 3rd kill picked up with the blades. Still, Falcons walking.
No, that was big. That was big.
Vanya another, only Alexi. Phantom good for the first, but that's where this one ends.
Wait, who's married?
G2 a 5th.
Reyna, huh? All right.
Continuing on that warpath towards a 2nd title.
And I think Falcons really struggling here on these post plants, right? Whenever they're losing the rounds, taking the site, not as difficult of a job, but actually being able to keep possession of that. You look at the utility that they have for post plant, not an awful lot. Perhaps the raise grenades, the clove medal as well. But other than that, it's actually the gunfights that we're having to take.
These are all things which we've looked at Falcons using earlier in the round as well to try and create problems. I think one of the things to mention is, okay, sure, you've got 4 duelists, but it's this consistent lack of initiators that I think we see in the tournament, just because you need at least 1 smokes, right? Okay, that's another slot filled. The only slot that Falcons have filled that isn't a duelist here. And, you know, maybe a Sentinel, something like that. Nothing regenerative, nothing signature that we talk about so much in the current meta, 2025. Those refreshables. And in terms of re-clearing space, you have to commit players to it. There's really nothing here. I mean, what? You have a boom bot?
Yeah. I think that's why, like, a lot of this tournament, what we have seen is a trade-off of utility, and then it goes to gunfights.
And even to that extent, G2 have the Killjoy here, right? And that's giving so much passive control. So many rounds where Amy is maybe slightly tweaking what the setup looks like, but it's delivered the results. And so with Falcons having an extra timeout under their belt, now, where do they take this? It's like A again. It's going to be 1 less satchel.
And it's Akita looking to make the first move. We've seen her do this in previous rounds, and good for 1, but Mary hasn't answered back.
It's Aneri missing. Trade of the Jet, but G2 have read this like a book out of the timeout. A stack, ready for the duel. Falcons at times have been quite straightforward and direct how they approach these out of a pause.
Perhaps a little too predictable at this point. And I think as well, when you look at the players on opposing sides, of course, Mary and Mimi understanding each other's tendencies, perhaps.
Question is, how much has that changed in the time away? Vanya waiting on the other side of the smoke, placed by the IGL we were just speaking of. Mimi supporting the A site in proxy. She's not quite here. Camille could be back though, and with their ult invested, Falcons back in a strong position, but it doesn't last too long. There they go again, another 2 kills. Amy, last player left. Just when you
30
think
seconds.
there's a
All
moment
right,
of
all
respite
right.
for
Spike
G2,
planted.
Falcons responding in kind. Exactly what was required coming out of the timeout, and it's probably in Amy's best interest to save. Has a whole heap of money available here. And if you find Camus, maybe there was a chance, but no, gives up the ghost and gives up the gun. Not one that Falcons elect to take, but just around in it.
Which is interesting, right? Because we have seen Neri play that operator on this attack. But no. Not even deciding to pick it up. And look, Alexi's having to buy up a Guardian here.
I mean, it was cut fairly fine. 2 players left. One of them came back for a second bite at the cherry. Camus investing the not dead yet Cloves ultimate. To rack my brain for a moment as to what it was called. We don't see them played all too often, but this might just be the perfect storm. Falcons doubling down on their A aggression, but Akita lively still. Just the one, and that doesn't feel like enough. Not unless Nello pops up. Ooh, she wanted a little bit more there. Oh, but the suppression from the undercut's huge. One of the ult now denied. Huge counter from Mad V. One more kill will be the icing on the cake, but Mimi stops it.
Spike down A.
2 versus 1 situation for Mary. Would love to heal.
Yo, what's
first,
up, Maniac?
but you're expecting that second swing as soon as she hits contact.
Mary's in trouble.
Creeping closer, G2, and that's where Amy will close it out. 6-4, G2's advantage continues to grow.
And it's the same aggression that we're seeing from Akita time and time again. The confidence of this young duelist being supported by her teammates in Nello. And Vanya from time to time as well on that A site.
And we're seeing a lot of stop-start rounds. Like if Falcons don't get the fights they want early,
that's what these kids do now, Acer. They all hold their keyboards differently than we did.
Who am I picking up? If it's Mary, then who else is here for Falcons right now in terms of kill involvements at the very least? And as we say, utility is a rare commodity for them to play around with. All duelists built to be self-sufficient. How can they support the rest of their team? Nello thinks best of the kill contract. Another A hit from Falcons. Another ult 1. Position under some stress here, but still standing up to set up the rest of G2 Gozen. Billy, these rounds are
they do all kinds of stuff now.
Brother, it's been like that a lot of the time. Wait until G2 goes and turn onto the attack, then it'll be a lot slower. Don't worry, don't worry. But no, I have to agree. I think that Falcons going for this direct A approach, right, round after round. We see them potentially setting up for it again on this round.
But it's like, we remember back in the day, double duelist, commonplace, saw it all the time. On Icebox, it was Jet Rainer, right? It's an A site simulator, guys. You can't plant on B. Well, G2 are going to make sure that you can't. It looks like they've been good for these A duels anyway.
What is happening?
These ult could be huge. Does have the shield in play. Akita goes right through it and finds the fight anyway. And from that position and pipe, she's still within safety. Camus finally removing her from the bigger picture. Here's Nello, one back. G2 remain in front, but Falcons have responded. And Mary's
let's go.
Camus, much needed, but so is Amy.
Spike down A.
Another A-site reprisal. Walking back into this space before she struggled. And now it's the info game. Mary in the corner again playing with discipline. Who bites first? It's a game of timing. Amy looks the more eager to go ahead and see if there's a player hanging around as Mary continues to wait. Now walking around the side, Amy into the angle that Mary is holding. Turns
Did she see?
I don't know.
Did she see her? Did her teammates say they saw her?
Time to turn back, Amy. This could be the chance. Mary given the chance to plant. Closing in the gap, Amy on the line! The 2v1 converted, and the half asserted!
Oof, it happens. It happens.
And it's
never
intense
know.
moments like
You
that,
never know
Hazard, where you
what's gonna
see
cause
the
it.
experience come through from Amy, regarded one of the best sentinels in the
All right, we
area
got
region,
halftime.
back
Time for
on
me
that
to
comfort
get a
roll on
refill.
Killjoy on this one.
Switching sides.
We're talking so much about Falcons, do or die, choice words, coming into the attack half with 4 duelists. Feast or Famine had to be the perfect start, or at least it felt that way. G2 now with their chance to see if the shoe fits on Icebox. The same map which they defeated Shopify on in the 4th of that series, if you include the one map given away to them. G2 Gozen not going down easily in these big best of 5s. But things are going to be falling short of that decider for Falcons Vega if things don't pick up soon.
And it's an early aggression on B. Coming out from both sides, actually. Ineri looking for one, and the support of utility going back and forth is lovely, and it's Mary playing in that pocket, does not get cleared.
But how much more can she possibly do? The bullets respect the fact that she must drop back, and with Mad V collecting a kill elsewhere, it's only going to help build that Falcons empire. Huge kill, Vanya. Gets the heal. How much more health? She was still looking for further fights, so didn't maximize the value from the Devour there. Wanted to try and pull the wall over Falcon's eyes quickly. Amy with a clutch to end the previous half, but on 10 HP and no tools, this one's rigged from the start.
Mary looking to set Falcons up on this one. And it's weird now how it's flipped, right? On that defense, we can probably expect them to be playing aggressive, trying to isolate these fights on the extremities, with them playing 4 duelists on this map. And it's actually Mary that's popping off for Falcons at the moment.
Yeah. Look, a grudge match for her. Lotus, the win for Falcons there. Only the 2nd time she's been able to pry away a precious map from the hands of the Gozen girls.
All right, man. Have fun. Later, Acer.
It's not going to get
GG's,
any
brother.
greener here. In fact, it's not her sight that they're hitting, it's Mad V's. With damage onto Nello, it's the shield broken at the very least, but here is Mary again, arriving at the scene, responding where needed. G2, a kill there.
I like that Cammy you said, I don't care at all.
Now it's feeling a little bit damned, and with only one casualty in the
Let's
end,
go.
that goes against
If you
Falcons.
want it, you can get it. Let
Pretty
me
healthy
know.
coming into another bonus round, and that's a story we've said a couple of times now.
I mean, we know that Falcons now, they need to start getting these rounds on the board, and I think that they're making a good start of that. Looking to just reacquire whatever they can that's left on the floor with this weaponry. But this is the round that G2 need to win, Haza.
Oh, yeah.
While they do currently lead on aggregate throughout the series, with such a strong map win on Falcon's pick of Fracture, it's only going to take a couple of rounds for Icebox to slip away from them. I mean, think how many times we speak of G2 coming into this against teams like KC, GX, domestically, where despite the dynasty they struggled. As difficult as Falcons have found it here, it's not exactly home turf for G2 in this topsy-turvy veto.
Certainly been a tough start to the year for G2. First time in a long time not being able to make that main event grand final, but coming into this one, Vanya, Nikita and Amy as well, just completely storming down that A site.
It's exactly as you put it, G2 storming the gates of A, giving a rifle round win, a much needed one up against Falcon's bonus. We would remember, of course, the previous map of Fracture, where they sort of invested heavily in those situations, that they didn't have much money thereafter. But this time, it's a follow-up gun round, which is equally as valuable, if not more so. The money's not going to be great, you're on the defender's side.
into this one has a B just completely left open by Falcons. This is going to be a 4v4 over towards the A site.
And with shots traded, there's still no tangibles. Not until Nello pops up in the kill feed. What a turnaround this series has been for her from those first couple of maps to now really finding her groove on the ISO. Amy calling the rest of the team over. She's got a late lurk through mid, but it's that open B site that you alluded to right from the barriers. I mean, this is one of the most painful parts of playing the comp that Falcons have. You just can't afford to attribute that many bodies.
100%. And then when we start to look at the kit that's going to be available to G2 in this post plant, thinking about those killjoy nano swarms, of course, of not even going to be on the bomb though, considering that Amy is having this lurk. I mean, G2 gonna have to take the Angels instead. They do have Nello's kill contract.
But that's the boombot just used. All the clearing utility. G2 still up for a fight here and starting to win all of them. Absolute. Amy already with her first from this mid lurk, which was set up from the get-go. Gozen now gearing towards 10. Double digits, only 3 away from being re-crowned champions in the heart of London.
And it has to be Nello, right? That's been a standout. You highlighted her in that round there, Haza, about how she's just had such a performance this last day in the grand finals. Really just being able to turn things around.
As we said, coming into the first stage, still in pursuit of that very first title of all the off-season events that she's played. You know, mid-season, not able to pick up anything. And this round is a great opportunity for G2 to keep that momentum moving forwards. They'll be without Nello, but the impact is already felt. Camille's Sheriff has been otherworldly at the best of times, but these circumstances don't favor her whatsoever. Top site plant is just an extra step away from where she can look to take a duel. The shots onto Mimi aren't gonna land. The target-rich environment shoots back. G2 only need 2.
And as much as there was a weaponry disadvantage, I mean, the whiffs now, you can see the fatigue start to set in. Falcons Vega really need to kick it up a gear should they want to take this championship title from G2. Gozen, of course, you mentioned it before, reigning champs potentially here.
How many times do you see this? There is nobody on B. There is nobody on mid. There are 10 players right up against the wall.
I'm telling you, it's deathmatch.
As it drops on A, and here we go. And Neri opening the scoring. One back from Vanya, one back from Mad B. It's trades everywhere, but finally Falcons, they get in front when they needed it. Oh, they so desperately needed this round.
Let's go.
A huge result for them, as the A site hold finally stands the test.
And again, how do you even break down a round like that, Haza? You just see utility back and forth, gunfights back and forth, trades coming through. Of course, the showstopper was committed.
It's ridiculous. More trades than Spittlefield's market up the road. G2 putting a little bit more presence on other ends of the map because they realised, wait, hang on a minute.
I mean, we mentioned B.
There were quite a few players on that A play. There aren't any now! What is going on?
I am losing my marbles right now.
Oh, Mad B's missed the ult because there's nobody B either.
And it's the right reaction from G2, right? Seeing that initial utility come out from Falcons Vega on B. And just predicting, okay, they're all stacked towards this site this time.
All right, let's not get silly. Who's on defense? Who's on attack? Amy first kill, holding on to A. But G2 ready to receive. It's the Blades on an Airy that look to try and get things started. Camille following it up. Falcons again in the feed. Camille wanting more. And Falcons able to get it. Both Rainers dismissing and Mary.
Let's go.
Falcons finding 8.
One enemy remaining.
Camille's not even there to see it conclude.
Well, I did say a couple of rounds ago, they need to kick it up a gear, Hazza.
I mean, this is just unbelievable. Like, joke as much as you want about it sort of looking quite strange, the optics for this whole tournament, may I add, with the dual lists. I think it's one of those situations where if you're Falcons, you kind of have to lean into that read. And the same with G2 and how they looked to play it. Drew calling the timeout here.
Oh, that's the thing, right? When you're playing up against even 4 duelists now, you can try and Giga Brain it as much as you want.
Yeah.
But the unpredictability of this composition that Falcons are running, I mean, it's more just about the in-the-moment decisions and being able to adapt, which is hopefully what we'll see out the back of this timeout here.
Those trades as well. Feels like the word that I'm using the most. Getting ready to look up some synonyms, perhaps, because it's getting very same old in terms of how these teams are taking chunks out of each other.
Yo, what's up,
I mean,
Play
it's
10
what
box?
I've said this whole tournament, you know, it's been very flip-floppy in the sense that it's been very back and forth when you look at the kill feeds.
And looking at the score sheets as well, with Mary topping the charts and Vanya on the other side, it's
Please.
the return of the Rainers.
No. Do not find Reyna on Xbox.
Falcons 5 players in through middle. G2 still have a couple of rifles here, and they have the A site again. Amy's walking off towards garage. It's going to be another flank and another post plant for G2. Ooh.
It's just a question of how quick Amy can get round here, fully running.
But look at the post plant this time. G2 have actually read the situation ahead a little bit and decided let's play towards screens. It's a little more preferential. Over the top goes Alexi, winning the first of those fights, but it's that back and forth as the pendulum swings. It starts to favor Falcons. A 3 versus 2 situation, but this late lockdown in middle is the biggest issue. It's turned attention. Maybe only with a classic, but maybe that's enough for the Dane to put it all on display and to win this 1 versus 1
no
where
way this is how
Aneri
she
would
wins.
be favored, but Mimi is giving it a damn good go. The spike isn't halved. Is there time? Yes, there is.
Yeah, she got
Aneri,
it. She got it,
an
Aneri.
exhibition of her own individual skill.
Woo!
Each and every
Let's
player
go.
having a moment on Falcons.
And the creativity is there. You can see the adaptation. You can see it from both sides. Having Amy as that extra layer, making that on-the-fly decision to plant for CT, as you said, Hazza. But a Falcons as well. I mean, yeah, you could question how creative it is, just all deciding to push down mid.
Yeah.
But switching it up, and I'm getting scared the more I'm looking at this mini-map.
Modern art, Billy. Modern art.
But look
It's
at
all
Amy.
being thrown at the wall. What's going to stick? Aneri, the headshot. Aneri's still going from the belt. The elevated position. The extra control. Falcons finding everything that they needed. All the shots that they had to hit. How many times has Amy been forced to face the music? Thrown into the hot seat. Oh my lord! The
Whoa.
gift that keeps on giving couldn't deliver any more for G2 Gozen there. But I have to say, this is getting out of bloody hand.
The way they all lined up, I mean, Meg is still sat here with us and she instantly jumped off the sofa. We've pushed the sofa back.
Look.
This is honestly becoming shambolic, quite frankly.
Save the conga lines for the after party. That was way too close.
That's awful from you.
I mean, it's like 3 players in one spray, but here we go again. Back in the saddle. Amy is the second layer. She's late in mid this time around, rather than holding on to spawn, but the first half of it has to hold up. The other end of the bargain. G2 look like they're fading in the face of the Falcons right now. Still at 3v5, but that's very quickly taken away. It's flawless, in fact. And while G2, yeah, they have nothing to fall back on. Billy, this game has changed in an instant.
That's not an instant, man. They've been grinding their way back this whole time. What do you mean in an
before.
instant, bro? This has been round by
As soon as it
round.
gets tied to tied.
This has been awesome by
The
Falcon.
one that makes the comeback usually is a real one, Haza. Which means if we keep going the way we're going, Peril will be that decider.
Oh, there
Peril
we go.
will be that map that tells us who our next Red Bull Instalock champions of 2025 are. But before we get to that point,
I have to say it's a rather perilous situation in the first place that we've been thrown into. And for G2 as well, just pistols. That's what you bring to the 11th hour. The penultimate round with play extended all the way to the limits of regulation. And Neri is here on top of yellow. Here's the spike go down, but G2 needs space. They need kills, anything to work off. Falcon's ready to constrict positioning through main. That's where Amy's coming in late, but these flanks haven't found the value so far. It's Falcons instead that were winning the duels. Oh, Keita knocked out on the server by the boom bot. Alexi's still going. Amy trying to provide something here. Clean first shot, but Amy's arrival could never be timely enough. Any damage here would be nice for the next at the very least, but
all right, let's go.
Goes their way.
Full buys. We got a full buy both ways. Let's go.
G2 not happy with the fact that this has slipped away from them. Had the chance to potentially close this out, but it's Falcons that's been able to completely get back into it. And I worried for them, Haza, switching over to this defensive side with that composition that they have, but the aim duels winning out every time, constantly so aware as well of what G2 are trying to achieve on this attack side.
We have seen G2's timeouts find value before, but I think Drew will be frustrated at how quickly this has gotten out of hand. An instant classic in some ways, a map to forget in others. These ongoing 10-player skirmishes that we're seeing either side of the map as each team feels that they're able to read one another in terms of where that duel is going to be. But even when G2 get to post, it still isn't a guarantee at all.
Timeout concluded. And we do have that kill contract available again. Nello has been an absolute superstar on the ISO today. It's just a question of when does that get utilized. Seeing pings over towards that A side of the map.
And this is way more discipline from Falcon's solo player taking the orb. This is the last line of defense for the site, and Alexi is gone. 4 versus 3, advantage G2. And so the kill contract comes back in from MadV, the biggest 1v1 of the map so far. She has the shield, she has the advantage, and she will win that fight for her team. The captain holding the torch, the rest of the Falcons trying to follow it.
3v3 in play now. The pace just completely slowed down. That Lear will alert Falcons to know now that this execute is coming in on A, but again it's this flank time and time again throughout this map. The map is flipped once again.
But Mimi's ready for it, and she's gonna at least get the first of those kills. There's a TP if needed, a paranoia there too, but what she really needs is player numbers, support. She knows that at least one of them is heading back from this way, but not the best both. Now they do. It's Mary, the player to end it all here on Icebox and send us to a deciding map. That same 5th map, she would have won her first championship in with G2. Could she go against them here, as she has done all map long, and win yet another? From beyond the grave, it's the smoke that goes up. A chance to play around. Mary has the first, needs more. A Keita against her, but it's a Mary 2v1.
It's too late. It's too late.
Is
Too
there
late.
time? No! And so we will
that was so
go
close.
again.
That was so close. Man, that's tough. That is tough.
Nah, I'm not having that. That was so poetic. You set it up so nice for the map to end, and then it just didn't. I mean, a little bit of trolling perhaps going on there from the last G2 Gozen players, but my God, wouldn't it have been nice for Mary to close that out and send us to the 5th map?
as I say, it wasn't the exact same map to be played. Pearl, different, of course, to that G2 Gozen campaign, but another series that went the distance, another classic, this one, looking to swiftly find its place in the annals, the history books of Game Changers. Not just in EMEA, but beyond, right? From home soil to what Falcons have brought for us here. It's an early duel for a Neri again. So good at first bloods, but Vanya following it up. Mary right back. G2. Such a tough spot. It's got to be Nello once more, but this time it doesn't work out for her. Twice as many players for Falcons. Another chance, another opportunity for Amy, which goes missing. And so it must be Mimi.
Spike planted.
Closing in now from the flank. Not much distance between them.
Mad V.
Falcons draw first blood in this second overtime of the series.
And it's that same pistol round that we saw from G2 Gozen at the very beginning of this map. Pushing down, getting Vanya positioned in jail, Nello to support. Falcons just so aware.
Neither team wanting to have a mark put on their pristine Grand Finals record.
And I mean, Meg mentioned it as well on the desk, just Falcons being able to rectify their mistakes of losing this map the last 2 times that they played it in this tournament.
Falcons have the players on the A site. They were ready for G2, but there's some slight hesitancy about it. We know how effective they are in the mid-round. The question is, have Falcons read this?
It looks as though they have, because you see that rotation coming in now, Hazza.
And do G2 want to commit to this? It looks like they do. I mean, a minute on the clock. The ISO contingency goes out, the wall, better coverage. Alarm bot in sight to help support the plant, but that's huge. Both ISO shields removed. Now a chance to instigate. It's a brilliant use of the undercut, but Amy's got an equal exchange. 3v3, but all of a sudden things are getting
3v2, 3v2.
This might just
Who
be
has
the
spike?
round that slips
Killjoy?
there.
Okay, Killjoy saw the spike.
Still feel like there's an opportunity to be pursued elsewhere, so back to A they go with not a second to spare.
The thing is though, if Amy gets this plant down, Hazza, that Killjoy lockdown will be available. Of course, they've got a nano swarm left to be able to delay anything as well.
And a turret for the flank too. How many times have we seen Falcons go for this flank? It's something that they're going to be looking for again here as well.
My ultimate is ready.
That spike will go down, but look at the way it's been planted, Hazza. It's just a question of whether or not this flank is expected.
Well, Amy at the very least will get the value from her ult. This can't be cleared by Falcons without a deep committal. Hearts in everyone's mouths as the first of those flanking players has been spotted, but how far into this does Vanya read it? Does she expect the rest of the pack? Finally they're spotted, but still Amy is absent. It has to be Vanya, but she's only good for one. Another 2v1 for Amy, or we go all 5 maps. The defuse is happening under her nose. There's nothing that she can do.
Let's go, Falcon. Let's go.
14-12 for Falcons. They don't say this one's done yet.
Managing to come out.
Let's go, Falcon. Let's go.
Right, they don't want to go out yet. They flew here for a reason. And man, it would be so iconic to come back to EMEA, to dethrone G2 Gozen. I mean, these are all questions that we'll be asking ourselves as we go into this last map of Pearl now that Falcons have managed to get away with Icebox. I mean, we mentioned it throughout the cast. It's a map that they've lost both times they've played it this tournament.
And to just state the obvious, with 4 duelists as well. I can't believe that we've seen 3 different comps from Falcons, and the one which works is the most outlandish of the lot. But hey, you said it.
Let's not forget the time that they did play that 4 duelists on Lotus, they absolutely dominated. So let's not forget that they can do this with 4 duelists. And yes, as much as it was close, as much as G2 will be kicking themselves for letting Falcons get back into that.
Oh yeah, they will.
And that's how it goes down on Icebox. Pearl is still left up for us in this series. All 5 maps guaranteed now, Billy. We both felt it in the air. There was something in the water today. And look, we now head under those Portuguese waters to Pearl to see who it is exactly that's going to be lifting the trophy at the end of the day.
What a way to end the event. I mean, the fact that we get 5 maps. I'm blaming Meg for this one. Meg said that she wanted to see 5 maps. She said that she wanted us. I'm looking across her. She said, oh, was it Sue? Never mind, my bad, it was Sue. I'm blaming Sue for this one. She said she wanted to go to 5 maps and we're getting them.
Yeah, you know, I've casted a few best of 5s this year and all of them have gone to 5
yeah,
maps,
we did
and
say
that
this
does
at the
actually
start of the day.
continue. So look, maybe I'm the problem. I'm happy to just sit here in the middle. I'm the problem. It's me. But we're going to be carrying onwards into Pearl then, and I have to say now, Billy, who has the momentum? Because we saw what happened after that overtime win on Haven. For G2, they come into Fracture, they look like a different team. They absolutely demolished Falcons. Is it their turn to do the same?
I think this is the thing, when we consider G2, you have to think about the amount of best of 5s, right, that this organization has been playing in for these number of years, and they always bite back, right? They always do. They never go down without a fight, and I think that they will be the ones that are wanting to bounce back into this one. But again, as well, you consider Falcons Vega, a roster that has come into this year with changes, yes, of course, but no changes since Split 1, right? It's the roster that they've been playing with for this year so far, so it's almost an element of, does teamwork kind of take over on this one, whilst G2 are trying to add in these new players, of course?
It's so hard. I'm absolutely torn. It's like asking a parent to pick who's their favorite child. Like, do you know what I mean? I think right now, looking at both of these teams, they both have so much behind them.
For sure.
I think the most crushing thing for me would be if G2 come back to this event with the player change that they made. Sure, I think they would have already gotten the value from the time spent on LAN to sort of to boot camp to be here, but then to crash out and not have another title pass them by in one form or another. It's like, you know, it's not very G2 Gozen-esque, if that makes sense. But look, we'll have to see what ends up happening when we get to Pearl. But first, one final break. We will have the decider for you after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In 2024, Red Bull brought together the world's top Game Changers Valorant teams for a one-of-a-kind showdown.
Welcome to Red Bull Instalock. We are coming to you live from the Red Bull Gaming Sphere here in London.
With a duelist-only twist, teams had to adapt their rosters and approach to the new style of gameplay. Shopify Rebellion dominated their early matches, advancing to the final undefeated.
What is that from Fluorescent?
Carmine Corp's journey ended early as they struggled to keep the pace with the competition. Giant X started strong with a 2-1 win over G2 Gozen, but fell short against Shopify Rebellion.
Can't take this tournament seriously when they're running full four duelists. Agreed. But it's a good way to pass time while waiting for VCT, you know?
And in the grand final against Shopify Rebellion, G2 Gozen turned up the heat.
G2 are in prime position to take it all home.
Dominating 3-1, they secured the Red Bull Instalock crown.
Hey, it's Mary from Team Falcons. I'm here at Red Bull Instalock. Initially, my role in G2 was a sentinel because I was mostly playing chamber. Towards the end, I was playing duelist, but I didn't really have that much time on duelist. But I have it in my blood, so it feels right to be on duelist now, and I love taking the initiative for my team. I'm not really scared of anyone, if anything. I love to take duels, and yeah, I'm super confident. I mean, honestly, it was my first tournament, and my first international tournament, and winning it at the age of 16 was something that doesn't really happen often. I learned so much from my previous teammates, and I took in so much of their experience. It feels like a dream, honestly, but I'm here to win it again.
Dude, some of these sounds in the background of this music sounds like my kids crying. I don't even know how to describe it. It probably doesn't sound at all like that unless you have kids, but...
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Gonna be breaks before and after his Masters. Yeah. Agreed. I'll start gaming again. I'm gonna start gaming. I just I don't know. I need a little break. A little break. I'm not looking forward to permanent solo queue, though. I gotta say, I'm not looking forward to that. Yeah, because if I'm playing during the day, I'm going to have no friends on. At night, I'll be able to. Dun, dun, dun.
This grand final is going the distance. Now, if you are a G2 Gozen fan, I would like to apologize because at 11-6, I said we were going to OT. So if you are a Falcons fan, you're welcome. Meg, am I apologizing to you or am I saying you're welcome?
I don't know at this point. I think I felt so many emotions throughout that game that I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. Like, I was up in the air, jumping,
full of beans right
out of the sofa. I am. It was,
Yeah, nobody
as
plays
I
during
like
the
to
day,
call,
so it'll be just
scenes.
me.
It was just so many ups and downs emotionally. I do have to say, Falcons deciding to group up on literally every single round on the defense there did win them out. They just took every single fight as a together, whether it was on flank, on the B site, on the A. It was just, yeah, nothing like you've ever seen in competitive Valorant before.
It's almost like looking at this comp that their bread and butter of the 4 duelists plus Cammy who playing Cloak, basically 5 duelists, is how they should have played this tournament the whole time.
We got exactly what we wanted from it. Me and Sue have been sort of repping this for the whole time, hoping that they'd pull out the 4 duelists, and it was exactly what we expected. Chaos, a lot of just very quick rounds, a lot of aggressive fights, and I guess it's just solidifying that 4 duelists for the Falcons, ex-Zipto, ex-SMG girlies, clearly is the way forward for them.
Yeah, 4 duelists is better than 3, who would have thought for them. And I mean, I have I guess, the privilege of being on that stage around the corner in that room, hearing some of the BM, the comms, and I think there's a little bit of back and forth between both teams, but I really want to highlight Mary quickly, because so often we highlight.
All right, chat. I have my editor calling. 1 sec.
Mechanically and so on and so forth. But there were a lot of moments during that map where she was saying to her teammates, guys, do not be scared. Let's just fight. Let's duel them. Let's group up. Let's peek them together and let's just fight. And the fact that they all listened to her, and the fact that this is a player that came into the scene when she was 16 years old. Now at this point, being one of the leaders for Falcons, to me is so impressive. It is so great to see the development of her growing up in this scene and having such strong mentor to be able to just tell them, hey, our win condition is that we have 4 duelists, and if we just fight them every round, we could be able to win this.
That is the thing about Mary as well. You wouldn't expect her to be so fearless when she is so young, but she has been in this scene. It's almost like she's built herself from sort of that age of 16 when she first joined, and everything she knows is just how to take those fights, how to be confident, how to get those aggressive picks. And I do have to say, like, I think that's what they needed. They needed somebody to say, guys, we're playing like scaredy cats here. Like, let's go in all together, take this fight and dominate. Because we did see the energy on the stage between the Falcons girlies, just not what we've been seeing. And the minute that they got that round, the minute the momentum changed, they were absolutely back on top form with the comms.
And I love the understanding of their win condition. You know, Icebox, it's a meme at this point. It's a bit of an A simulator, especially if you don't have a Viper or a Sage to help you plant on B. And I think they realized that if they themselves were playing the A simulator with a side switch, G2 were probably also going to go for the A simulator, so they just stacked A most of the times. They fought against them on site. This was around when I said, hey, we're so going to OT, and somehow I manifested that. And it was beautiful to watch them come back.
This genuinely sent me into orbit.
That could have been
near
a
lineup for me. It would have completely changed the game. I do have to say, I wish I saw G2 maybe explore mid a little bit more. But again, you can say that easily now. But when you're coming up against them, grouping up and taking those fights together, I think even if they were taking those the space in mid, they're instantly trading out the kills. And the trades across the board. That was all we were seeing constantly with those fights. And it did literally end up just...
All right. We may have our next event, Soft. We may have our next event tomorrow to film at. So
constantly fragging and trading.
Let's see.
ISO, you know, we pray for times like this, and we got it. Here's the thing, though. There is no more second chances now. This series has gone the distance. We will be going to a map 5, and this is Pearl. And this is where I feel very passionate. So I want you to bear with me, Meg, and you guys at home as well, while I quickly give you some context and break down why I am so passionate about this Pearl. Now, traditionally, when it comes to Pearl, EMEA teams have never been the best.
You should consider getting back into AIM Labs, and then if it goes somewhere, you can turn it into a series for a second channel. All right, so I talked to, we could talk more about this too, but I talked to my buddy, and he thinks it'll actually be fine to put our high quality content with some recorded content from here, as long as the editing remains high quality, whatever that means. So we're gonna figure that out.
Invented a comp which I'm pretty sure they copied from BBL. But anyway, G2 Brozen made a comp extremely
G2 Brozen?
where everyone else
I
around
love
the
that.
world copied them. Everyone else around the world picked this up, and they decided to play the way that G2 Brozen do. Gozen have the insight and the access to the Brozens, and they've spoken about this a lot. You know, we've heard Mimi spoke about how if they have questions and they want to kind of ask for advice.
But it's funny. Well, I don't think you should mix full gaming videos with full finance videos. Okay, that makes sense. Like a gaming channel.
What are you guys doing? Let's see what you're doing. And they managed to adapt.
I'm gonna have to figure that out
so well in EMEA.
Because it's really tough to have two different.
Would you guys be able to guess what I'm about
two different
to say next?
channels.
Because for the Falcons girls,
to make enough content for
have taken this
one
comp
over the
that
other.
started from Brozen, that went to Gozen, that bled through all of the other teams, and they yoinked it. And I don't know why I just chatted rubbish for all that time, because it's gone out the window, but they are going to stick with that Aniri vice.
I do like this.
And this is what Brozen did so well.
And
all right,
did
no initiator.
Mimi sort of talk a little bit about when they played Spotlight
Okay,
Series, how they took a lot of
Sentinel.
inspiration from that. But Alexi on the Phoenix,
smoked.
I'm taking
All right.
inspiration from this because
Let's go.
I would like to see Alexi
Let's
come alive. We've seen her
go.
be a little bit quiet in the past couple of games, but her on the Phoenix, I think this could bring her back in and really bring this over the line for Falcons with Aniri on the Vice as well.
Yeah, and for me, it's either going to be a classic, you know, EMEA might get stomped on Pearl, which is going to be very sad. I want that to end for us. Or it could be a do not outdo the doer. We know how to play against the Vice. We know what kind of game plan you're going to have. But that Phoenix, like you mentioned, is throwing a massive curveball, pun intended, into this last map.
I think as well the Phoenix on mid here on Pearl is going to do absolute dirty work, kind of coming into connector and wreaking havoc maybe through art as well. I just think it allows you to crunch through mid, again use the Phoenix as an almost initiator, find that information and then commit to the sites, or even come back and then give something else a go if it's not quite right for you.
Well, this is it, the final map. By the end of this,
Oh man, there's potential there for a 40-year-old dad turns into an aim god series. All right, we'll do it. I just got to figure, so if I'm going to make a gaming series,
over to you and Billy.
What else would go on that channel?
Across multiple maps heading into this one, Billy. There's little much more that you can ask for. You know what they say.
Also, do you know a good way to find a clipper soft? Someone who can just come in and clip any and everything?
Makes things interesting, at least in terms of what kind of a read G2 Gozen are going to have on their game plan.
For sure, and they've not steered away really too far from what they would usually play on Pearl, right? Ineri and Camus staying on the same agents that they usually would, and it's usually Alexi jumping onto that jet. She has played that on this map in the past, but in fact it's going to be Mary, and Alexi choosing the Phoenix. I like that pick. I have to agree with the desk. I think the Phoenix has proven to be, can be at least, a nuisance on this map, especially when you look at that B long control that you're able to get on that attack. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one, and I think as well, I love that the girls highlighted Giuliano on the desk as well. Of course, when I look at G2 Gozen, I feel as though Giuliano was one of those individuals that invented Yoru on Pearl, right? When we think back to when it was chosen at that Game Changers Champs a couple of years ago, but we're gonna get stuck right into this one, Haza.
Begins with the attack towards A. G2 gathering their forces for the first of their pushes. Falcons backfilling the space. Players here. Alexi hearing Phoenix. The flashback through, but it's Amy in the backside. Nello traded, but
these teams are very even with the way. Probably just saw your gaming clips. All right. I'm gonna have to pick up gaming big time to keep that up.
Secret joining up with her teammate, who's already a few steps ahead of the play. Nello to nail Mary to the ground. She wins that head-to-head. With the double up here, the support network is just too strong. Nello with 3, G2 finding their first pistol in a while on this grand final deciding map.
And it's the ISOs on either side that are warming up right into this
I'm gonna have to
one,
pick up gaming again.
Again, this is another map, Haza, that Falcons are yet to drop this year. We think back to Fracture. That was the first time that they've lost it this year, at least with this iteration, against G2 in this best of 5.
It's a great way to start things off. Mimi, ever the motivator, 3 assists for her team. Very much knowing what role it is that she has to fulfill. Over a decade of experience in competitive play. Trying to pave the way for the next generation, the same way that she did for the player on your screen. Mary with a marshal, but it's Nello that just completely denies it. Stopping fire. Falcons trying to make a rotation happen, but G2 are hesitant in their commitment.
And Nello, another player that has such a wealth of experience, Haza. Just going back to the talking point that you mentioned with Mimi, we think back to the very first Game Changers in EMEA way back when. It was, of course, Nello that won that under 10-star Nova.
Still waiting to hoist another trophy, but it's rounds like these that you need to lock in if you're G2. If you want to be comfortable enough to take the win when you can, this is such an awesome.
Hey, they brought it down to. All right, let me show you here.
Scars left on them.
I gotta find it.
Just the 2 rifles, which this bonus is going to be picking up for them. Whereas you think of the last couple bonuses, Falcons.
Also, what is AAPI voices? Oh wait, here we go. Bold, vibrant, and bringing it every time they go live. Let's come together to celebrate AAPI streamers and how they build community every day. What is AAPI? I don't know what that is.
I also love how Akita and Nello were not the last two players left, but they're the ones with 8 kills combined in those first couple of rounds. So the rest of the team selfless enough to say, look, this is your opportunity to step into the limelight. It's been a long day. G2 looking to put a quick end to things on Pearl with
I don't know what this
win,
is. Alright, let me see if I can pull this
up.
It is called...
Towards the other side
I was going to see if I could find something.
But it's the lane where it goes down, and in Falcon's favor, they needed this one, and it looks like they're going to be getting it with a quick response.
Absolutely. You see the players ready to punish any sort of mid-aggression coming out from G2 this round, and it's Mary that kicks things off with that outlaw.
I am really sorry. I'm trying to find it.
Now. Left in nobody's land.
Okay, here we go.
Vanya just making use of her time here.
It is called Fairy Tale Finds Market
dimensional drift.
in the Peoria Sports Complex.
Just got to be looking at min-maxing things. I mean, we have both ISO ults available into the next round. Could go off like a powder keg, as so many of these have. Madvi making damn sure that she has that ult. She finds yet another
Whimsical vendors, Princess and Jedis and Spider-Man. Magic Mirror photo booth, pin trading, face painting, $3 entry, kids free. There's going to be somewhere between 9,000 and 13,000 people here tomorrow. And we might get a media booth.
Throughout this tournament, but back onto that duelist in this final map.
You think of the other three teams that we had here playing as well. On FlyQuest, Thea always on the, you know, the smokes, same as Mimi here. You look at GX and Lou stepping in. I think few will envy her position coming into the team on such short notice, but it's Madvi very much exclusive to the others in that respect. Aneri has been caught here in the ult. Nello not going to lose that. There is a counter though. Madvi not yet thinking about it, but then when the shield goes on and the undercut in, it's actually hit her own teammate. So
Asian American and Pacific Islanders. Alright, May is apparently their month. Alright, you learn something new every day. Yo, Shilling! I just saw this. It is 12:40 here. 12:40.
Coming into this round has a leading from the front, not just as an IGL, but picking this ISO on Pearl.
And even just taking a back seat to things in terms of how they're holding it. The setup remains, as does Mad V. Still one bullet left in the chamber. She wouldn't, would she? Oh, it's not going to happen for her. I mean, what a way to finish with a flourish.
That feels... I was just wondering, because on Twitch, it's Together for AAPI Voices.
For them to go ahead and build a lead of their own now. I still can't believe she didn't reload.
Honestly, Giga Chad behavior from her. Like, actually Giga Chad, and I really do
Giga Chad behavior, let's go.
That's the thing, we do see her on the ISO. Of course, she's moved over to the Tejo more recently in split one of Southeast Asia Game Changers, but ISO's not something that she's afraid of. But it's a complete pace change from G2 coming into this one, Haza.
As that crown could very well
exchange
hands. It's Akita that looks to put on the hero's cape in this round. With the blades drawn, it's an opening pick, the player pit is gone, and with Alexi failing to clear the corner, this might just be the thrifty return which G2 so desperately would have been looking for.
Is it really going to be a thrifty if they have two rifles? Or do they pick both of those up? I think they pick both of those up.
In terms of the duels from Secret and Spawn side, Akita can't get any more as Camu cuts her loose from this one. The upgrade, the only one for G2, goes on to Amy, still holding on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. They have to make a play, but with the drone coming in, that's the info. The drag away from the spike as the gravity well is placed. G2 all of a sudden would have had some comfort, but that is quickly lost. Oh, to the madness of Mad V again! She holds the line, and she has the time. It's 3-2.
Nice. Let's go.
Remain in front.
Let's go, Falcons.
Such nice decision making from Falcons as well. Yes, you think never count G2 when they're out, never count any team in this tournament when they're out, when they're on a light buy. But again, I have to say the individual decision making from Falcons, Camus coming up huge in that round, being able to get that Cosmic Divide down, and Mad V, such a supportive teammate in being able to help hold out those players away from the push as well. Really lovely job done by Falcons.
And for as good as Falcons have been, it's the context of these rounds which is so important.
Americas might be really important. So what do you get if you win your region? Do you get like a bye, or do you just face lower tiered people in the first round?
Potentially. It's weighing on G2's mental. It's back to A they go. The setup is here, and so is Alexi. The Phantom finds the first kill, and the damage on the second player. Nello removed. Mad V still alive.
Careful now. Spike planted.
Akita looking to see if she can isolate a fight, but just gets completely taken away with this kill contract.
While this is happening,
Woo!
we've seen Vanya reposition towards Art as well, across the other side. Knew about Alexi, but she's the second layer. The brunt of the push is coming in from backside, and with Nello trying to hold on to this, the Phantom has to come up huge. Vanya's managed to bail her out, but Nello's gone without a chance. Mimi, the captain, dependable at the best of times. Mad V's done it. Can she go ahead in her stead and find one better? She's on for it. Only one player left.
Run.
It's Mary.
Run, Mary, run.
But it's her former captain that has done enough. What a 1v3 to give G2 their third round.
Man.
And Falcon's just looking a little bit lost.
Teams that win their regions skip the SIS stage and go straight to playoffs. Okay, yeah, that's pretty big. That's pretty huge.
A little confused as to wondering how they can shut Mimi down there, but as you say, it's the captain of G2 Gozen fighting back, not letting Mad V think that she's the reigning champ in this server, you know?
15-4.
It is disgusting.
And I don't know if that's like, you know, a little bit of tax on there as well, where, okay, maybe the calling isn't as intensive, because this format at the best of times is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, Aderi has just dodged the ult, and oh, she's still flashed. Vanya with the judge. Opening pick, and G2 will continue to roll with the punches to keep that ball rolling. One round at a time. Falcon's not done in this one just yet, but it's getting there.
Deploying drone.
Looking for the group up for this re-engage. Flashed up, Vanya not going to win that one this time.
Here.
The damage limitation for G2 as they drop back to be long. Still an opportunity for Falcons to try and win this, but with Akita hanging around in the alleyway, there's little left that can be done here. So much utility to fall back on in post-plant. G2 can keep it clean. Mad V only one more.
Well,
her reign of
nice
terror
try.
ends in
Nice try,
round
ladies.
number 7, but when those rifles come back up, could very well be a different story.
And that positioning in the post plant there that Akita's able to take means Mary ends up losing out on her operator, no longer able to carry it over.
Yo,
into
what's up,
this
Dios?
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, right? Because it didn't look like Falcons were
No, that's
committed
rough.
to making that retake
Honestly,
happen.
I thought that they were going to just let Mary save with the operator, you know, send the other two players in with those sheriffs, see whatever damage they can do, maybe bait out an ultimate, but no, just Mary commits into it, and it means that she's moved on to the knives for this round, Hazza.
Yeah, and it's another V play from G2. This one has some venom. Cosmic Divide there. I mean, it's a flash from Alexi just to deter G2 and maybe set up a Neri, but not much more comes from it. She does disrespect the wall at a second time of asking. And with that, I think Mimi's ult has run its course here.
Spike even waiting on long still. They're so conscious of that potential flank, but move your eyes over towards Vanya, who's been able to pick up so much space.
Oh man, hey, welcome back, Alad. You guys gaming buddies as well?
Sight over on this side.
It's a long rotation though, and while there is time to facilitate this move, what does the call end up being? The spike is now.
Oh yeah, he's running.
G2 will be sending it towards A, and the timing from Mimi's absolutely everything. Clean kill onto Alexi, and all of this is just a distraction. How much more could she? No, it's not happening. Mary's there, and so 2 on 2, but G2 have time to set up.
Oh man,
So
you suck at Valorant?
Before entering into this
If
site,
you're Ascendant, you are not bad. My peak is Immortal 1, but I was carried by my boy Soft, just to be straight.
But Vanya, hardly risk averse at the best of times. Controller, duelist, she does it all. Looking for this fight on Falcons in spawn, can hear the stampede of steps running her way, but of course, it's Mary that kicks things off.
Ah, yo, I actually really respect what Cammy you did there. A lot of people would have played that slow and maybe not done more, but...
And Amy has been ice cold in these clutches today. Throughout this whole tournament. Another player that's had a fair share of being able to play across a variety of roles, right? Jumping onto that duelist, jumping onto that comfort of Sentinel, and now over onto this Sova. Just genuinely such a world-class player that G2 Gozen managed to pick up last year.
Exactly, and as well, it's more of what Mimi was saying to me earlier. I was lucky enough to, you know, sit down and talk with her for a little bit about this team and the project in progress. Akita, a player who they said, you know, we were lucky to pick her up at the time that we had, right? It fell at just the right moment, the stars aligned, and I think you say the same for Amy and the same for Vanya when you look at their respective careers on both Ascend and BBL Queens.
Of course.
This is a roster
I think the family's here.
Over a length of time, but as it
How long have you been playing, Dios?
We have Falcons now into a retake. The full rotation has been made all the way around the world. But
Yo!
They're starting to win things out, and all of a sudden the round doesn't feel like a write-off after all. Camu sticking this here behind the wall. It's cleared, not until Amy steps up. The safe pair of hands.
No.
Yet again, 2 kills already. Only 2 bullets. Needs a little more and can't get it.
Let's go. Let's go. Yo, you guys played open beta? I didn't play open beta. That's I played episode 1, act 1. My friends did not sell me the game the way that attracted me. Like, yeah, it's kind of like an anime game where you have powers and you shoot at each other. I'm like, no, they were like anime cartoon game. I'm like, nah, I'm cool. When what they should have said, it's like Counter-Strike but with abilities. That would have gotten me 100%.
You need to go back and watch Red Bull Instalock and understand that this is doable.
Parental advisory.
And eventually that is how one of my does it.
With all due respect, I mean this in the nicest possible way. Your teammates are not.
Maniac loves the anime games.
You've got Cairo on the best of days, so let's not go there.
Listen, Cairo, he tries his best, you know? He really does.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Let's wrap that conversation up.
Yeah, let's park that
and
one.
head back to G2 here, because this timeout is a needed one, I think, at this stage.
I would not
in
be
the game,
playing
just when
Valorant
it
if
looked
I liked
like
anime
they
games.
had that runway in front of them on this attack side.
Okay, but did you see, Dios, most recently one of their dudes, or one of their people put out that hey, we understand that it's feeling less like a tactical shooter. So they're going to make some adjustments.
And the thing
we
is,
shall see.
You can see that Falcons have
we
opted
shall see
to
how
go
it
for
goes.
A Sentinel this time, which isn't something that we've seen a lot from them this tournament. And they're still having to play retake with a lot of these rounds, but speaking of Sentinel, it's actually a Neri that kicks off this round with a 3k.
And Alexi is just going to walk it over the line. It's a flash and goodbye from the Phoenix. The peak is taken.
Let's go.
As the scoreline has found itself level.
But yeah, what I was trying to allude to before Ineri popped off was that we've seen a couple of rounds where, oh, I just got a jump scare. We've seen a couple of rounds where they have been utilizing the thorns in some sense, but it's been very easy for Gozen to kind of steamroll through this.
Absolutely.
I don't think we've seen the full value just yet of what this Vise kit is able to offer on a map such as Pearl.
It's definitely been useful, at least in terms of that lane control. Placed over towards B right now. Global utility, so Ineri has freedom of movement here to join up with the rest of her team as it's an A hit coming in. Vanya? What? I thought that was the fake out, but apparently it can shoot now. Hunter's Fury into backside, the undercut hits, but it's a little late for my liking. Because with none of those tags landing onto the Falcons players, except for that one onto Mary,
now, because of how this game is going, I don't know if you know the difference, Dios and Kalad. This is not a normal tournament. They have to play at least 3 duelists.
2 players now.
Every comp has to have at least 3 duelists.
To position themselves.
I love this. Falcons staying active. 2 players for a backstab. 2 players on the A site. Ready for G2 Gozen, but are G2 Gozen ready for this flank? Because it's coming in way quicker than they can get ready to pull the pin on the execute. Alexi lights them up, knocks them down. The flash is there for fuel to the fire.
Let's go, Falcon.
Falcons finding the lead now.
Last round before the switch.
And it's that word you used in that round, has a proactivity. Something that we've seen from Falcons all throughout this series so far. Never looking to sit still. Always looking to see what information they can gather to set themselves up in the best position they possibly can. And it's something that we've saw from their defense more than anything that's been really valuable.
I think it's the best seal of approval, the best quality assurance that you can get of a team in game changes. Can you beat G2 Gozen at a mid-round? And Falcons have done that a number of times now, where coming into this, as I said, Mad V against G2 Gozen, the record not the best for her, and neither it is for Mary, but that's another opening pick. 1 by 1, G2 going down. This was supposed to be the purchase, the chance to keep us even at the half. But Falcons have 1 foot in front.
Alexi.
And with a scoreline of 7-5, that just feels inviting. Alexi looking for it. The response is to take A main control, so at the very least, they know where the push is coming in from, Falcons. They're set up for this, but G2 need more real estate.
Revealing area.
Spike is going to go down, but...
That was a little bit strange.
Of course, this push that's coming in, it's super delayed. I mean, Ineri, she's invested the ult, but no capitalization off the back of it, has her.
Yeah, Amy just droning right back, and now with the gun back in her hands, she beats out Madvi in the 1v1, and Neri, 3 kills. It's just Vanya. Oh, and it's not going to be
all right. Look at them playing like a team.
Ever the closer, as Falcons move in the right direction. The trajectory continuing to be primed upwards from being knocked down to the lower bracket by G2 Gozen now. They have the advantage coming into the final half of Red Bull Instalock 2025 with the opportunity to take the title from the champions.
It's a 7-5 half going into this one. I mean, one of the closer ones that we've seen throughout this series so far. But just to quickly touch on their defense before we even get stuck into this attack side from Falcons, I think that, I mentioned it before, you know, having that Sentinel utility felt so valuable for them, even though it wasn't always being pushed into. And Camus, as much as she's had a quieter performance on this map so far, it's not just about the frags that she's been able to get, it's about that supportive util as well.
Vanya
I hope he gets to go pro.
For her to do solo, drops back to the site. That's where the support of Amy is arriving. It can't come too soon as the recon reveals. Vanya rips away the players. It's all headshots between the two of
Falcon
them.
got smoked.
The body shot bandit snatching away one right at the very end. But G2 won't care how they pick up the pistol. The fact of the matter is they've done it.
And knowing that you can pick up that pistol now, of course, you go into that buy round for G2, forcing up. Hopefully gets you back to an even playing field.
What's up for you, Vice Girl?
7-7, although in saying that, you never really know with Falcons when they're on an eco.
This is on the low end, though, even by their standards. It's Mary's Sheriff against the world, against the reigning champs. I mean, it's those kind of angles where it's going to thrive. If you know a player is holding a common position, a quick pre-fire could very, very quickly ruin the round for G2. It's actually Mad V that's taken on board the damage. And as Vanya creeps further and further up B long, you feel like the chances that Falcons can find something in this round diminish.
But it's okay though, because you can just poke and prod and see, guess what G2's defensive setup is going to be like. Of course, starting with initial aggression towards A main and looking to potentially re-hit this Haza.
But there are players here because Vanya's all the way up to club now as we keep tabs on her.
Yo!
I mean, either the quickest adjustment of all time, but how did she know? Falcons, they found a way in. There are still players on the site here for G2, but they've got to do something about this before it gets too troublesome. And that's where, again, you look to Amy. So many times she has been the player that holds together G2 Gozen. And once more, that will prove to be the case.
Are we going to defuse?
I mean, what are we looking for here?
Is there an op somewhere down?
Or is this just BM?
I think it's BM. I honestly don't think that they're looking
if
for
you
anything.
want, I'll go walk out over to the stage there and see if we're getting verbals exchanged right now.
I would love to know like how the players have been reacting in between these rounds. I mean, I know that we can hear a little bit of the screaming from time to time.
The previous weather report suggested that there was quite a lot of shouting going on.
Listen, healthy competition, that's what we're here for.
And what I want to know is, are G2 all bark and no bite? How exactly does this bonus look? Is there teeth to it? I mean, as good as the guns get, I think... Well, I wanted to say Vanya's outlaw, but there's only one target within striking distance. It's going to be Mad V. She's got a shield. And looking at the mid-duel, it's a Neri that walks away with two. So this one might just be DOA.
Quick reaction from Falcons off of those first two picks from Neri. Just being able to walk into A, and they are going to have that added pressure as well, of course, of Mad V just clearing out all of main, but it's Mimi.
Oh, and the flash landed inside the smoke, so Mimi unblinded, still holding onto this space. The signpost at backside that's just trying to establish.
All right, let's go, Falcon.
G2 authority, but Falcons walk
Falcons
all over them. The bonus had no real legs after that first interaction in mid, and Neri with another double kill.
Yeah, it was kind of shut down from that point onwards. The round at least has a... Unfortunately, Mimi just being overwhelmed by the amount of players that were running into A site there.
So this is an absolutely huge round. Be earth-shattering for G2's chances below surface level here in the Red Bull gaming sphere. Lexi getting suppressed on the way in, so can't use any assistive utility. Nello has stopped Falcons from getting any further than that first smoke.
But all of this is a fake, Haza. Look at this movement through double doors. Down towards mid. Spike will be making its way towards the B site, but it's the position of Vanya.
Her positioning in general so far on B, dictating the pace of these rounds, enabling the rest of her team to set up has been exquisite. The question on my mind is, when does the penny drop? When does she realize that this is compromised? Currently back to the pillar, looking towards the initial attacking area.
Look at all this pressure created by the players on B, adding those smokes down. It allows Mad V to move up, but Vanya takes her timing. I mean, it's all over the shop from Falcons there.
But Alexi waiting for more players. Oh, it's brilliant from Alexi.
There is no way that worked.
And with the discipline there, that's the advantage now back in Falcon's favor. Akita and Mimi, as I said before, two different generations of Gozen now combining to try and clutch this out, to level the score at 8 each. It's Alexi that Mimi has to get past first, and she does it. A smoke to the spike, that will support, but playing around it is Aneri, still lurking in this position. That could about be the killing blow. Akita time playing against her 1v1, but Mad V isn't going to let this one come all too easy. She peeks out in
Yo, that's kind of wild.
And it's Mad V again. Falcons in front and building towards that championship now.
And it's such a nice recovery from Falcons. I mentioned it there. You can see Mad V. You can see the cogs working in real time, right? Coming in from that B main, recognizing that we haven't cleared out long. A G2 player could be positioned here, and of course, it's those Astra smokes that go down on B to allow that pressure for Vanya to turn around. Just the timing maybe a little bit off from Mad V to take that contact.
I just wonder, like, how does Alexi even get to connector there? I mean, G2 without the added security measures that the Sentinel would provide, something you had to be aware of as Vanya continues to demand attention. The hero of the previous round very quickly pushed from the pedestal. So quickly we see things change up on a dime, but Aneri has been so consistent so far on Pearl. The final map.
All right, now they're poking and prodding. Let's go.
Which is ironic because we've been loving our duelist performance so far throughout this tournament, but back on the role that she actually plays for Falcons back in Southeast Asia Game Changers. I mean, shown exactly why she is that primary sentinel for this side.
Only inheriting it this year, but already making a menace of herself. Amy's managed to pick up a kill back onto the site entry, but Falcons here still with better weapons. There's just no upgrade for Vanya. That first one tap that she hit.
The shorty kill has become a meme in and of itself.
Effect down the line. Double digits broken first by Falcons. So G2 goes and follow it right back up with a timeout, Billy.
And I think it's needed here. You've allowed Falcons to be able to get to that double digits. I mean, Vanya is doing God's work over on that B site, but it seems to be mid and A where it keeps falling apart, Haza. Just needing to find some answers to what Falcons are putting down in front of them.
You can tell from the body language as well on G2, something has really changed. Drew's gone from being laid back and smiling to, you know, perfect posture in that chair. And as everyone along the line of players listens on, just wonder, what is the necessary change that they need here? There are some big ults coming up into the next round. Those are the tools that they have to work with. Falcons one of their own, the Bladestorm, and creeping close to quite a few, actually. Mad V, Cameo, both one off. And even to that extent, you've got the run it back as well. I think this A main fight that we've seen repeated so often is huge, but it's not this round that we can expect it, perhaps.
Yeah, I think recognizing the ults that G2 Gozen have, you know, Falcons having to also answer back as to why have G2 called this timeout and what do they have planned for it. So instead of the usual aggression on A, deciding to take that fight towards B. And this operator is going to be completely cut off with that blaze wall.
And you can see the other wall of note right now is the Vice wall on A main, because that's controlling the presence there, which G2 have already started to show. The wall gets tripped and Mimi in mid as well. This is a situation where maybe Falcons would have liked to have picked up both orbs, but the The question is it still on the ground or has it been taken? I don't think it has.
Yeah, you're correct in saying that. It hasn't. It is still there.
But that's the trap play, and that's exactly the injection that G2 needed. Amy delivering a fatal blow. Akita and Nello right by her side. Akita, maybe overheating a little bit in this situation. G2 can't afford to throw too many numbers at this. You're not just looking at the round win, but the ramifications of it. Money's not the best. This was a 4v1, but now Camu only has 2 more targets in front of her.
30 seconds left.
With only 6 HP though, has a full pocket of stars though, ready.
Yo,
available,
she's
and
ulting
that
this?
divide is going to be committed.
Towards A, but G2 realizing the situation getting out of hand. Vanya is watching over it. The fake out, the flash, all things which Camu simply has to disrespect. The objective played, still with stars to work with, but you look to the gun, and in the Astra matchup, Mimi able to
I did not
win
expect
that,
her
albeit the odds
to
skewed in
burn
their
the
favor.
ult there. That's a
feel
little
that G2
surprising.
got the
A little
best return
surprising.
on a round there. Camu did a lot of damage on her way out the back door.
And I think as well, Hazza, if we think back to the very start of that round, you could see that Falcons had such a nice setup. Using the Blaze Wall to try and bait out that operator shot on B. Of course, having that Vise Wall, which we see again similarly placed here, but a bit deeper this time.
And I think you also have to attribute the same to G2 there. It's a couple of times that we've seen them attempt that combination of the decay with the undercut. Of course, now the changes since last year when we saw ISO at this event is that you only get one, so that investment has to be spot on. But it was an instant double kill.
Really nice micro stuff set up from G2 so far, but it's a very quick push down alley here,
It's
Hazza.
Alexi running the length of it and finally finding a kill before the ult fades away. Vanya's ult getting the first, that's the spike dropped, and looking at this ult, it means that the push can only come in from one direction right now. Alexi trying to lead the line, that's where Mad V finally gets involved again, and Falcons are putting it all together. Another 2-on-2. Nello and Akita, the blades out for the youngster. This has to be her highlight moment, but it's a Nary's show on the final map of Pearl. Falcons just 2 rounds away, and it's not going to take much to get there.
And the timing of that Blaze Wall to come out and cover CT, allowing Mad V to cross over onto the site. It's just little moments like that where you can see Falcons Vega, they look to be in flow state right now, Hazza. Really looking to dethrone G2 Gozen, of course, 2024's Red Bull Instalock champions. Only a couple of rounds away from that now.
Falcons, Vega's flawless record in this tournament in some senses, of course, this being a rematch. Could definitely be something to behold. As we know, they weren't here last year, but now they have exploded onto the scene. Mary into backside. Vanya just didn't know where to look. There were too many players, too many Falcons on B site.
Oh man.
Mimi has a sheriff. That's about the extent of it. You are looking at a potential championship point. And as good as she has been for all of these years, the last of the originals may very well be put to rest. The first kill picked up, but there's an awkward silence here which continues to favor Falcons, and there you have it. Camille
So anticlimactic
after death.
way to end.
And it's just one round which separates them now from taking that title from the hands of Gozen.
And I think this attack side from Falcons has honestly been such a delight to watch. I think the pace changes that they've been able to have. I mean, we see them fight for A, fight for mid so many rounds. Of course, we see them run down alley in the round prior to this one, recognizing now that that B site looks weak. So they just all send it down B site that round.
This is pacey. Falcons into A main. Such key jewels. They want to monopolize the ultimate orb again. And
all
so
right, let's see what goes on here.
The question is, did G2 read this? Last time it was either end of the map and
And
the vice
Shilling
orb.
came, Shilling left. It's okay.
Will it
That's
be
how
the
it
same
goes
again
sometimes.
here? This is the proactivity. G2 realize they need the info, but it may just come at the cost of their lives. Putting their heads on the line, and they hit the chopping block. 3 of the best from Mad V as she leads the rest of her team to this title charge.
IGL and captain of the team took a risk when moving regions.
But it's a risk which looks like it may very well pay off. Only Vanya left, the MVP from 2024, can say goodbye to the title because it's Falcons to win it all here. London calling, and they answer the phone. Another grand final which will not go against them. A celebration in the sphere. You have to say, the way they battled back after overtime to then take it in the 5th and final map is just ridiculous.
In the first ever grand finals for Falcons Vega to be able to beat G2 Gozen, to be able to come out victorious, of course.
I know it's not like real Valorant, but it's still good.
Last year. Stage 1, Falcons versus G2. G2 come out on top. Stage 2 again, same thing.
And what a moment for those players as well. Crossing over regions or perhaps just staying at home, but here in London, it is Falcons Vega which have won the all-important game in the best of 5, made to wait, but when the opportunity arrived, it was only gonna go one way. The latter stages of this game, everyone having their moment, but Falcons stand at the top of the pile. Your 2025 Red Bull Instalock champions, Falcons Vega!
Look at that, man. Middle Eastern, Asian, probably Latin, and then I'm not sure. It's a pretty cool group. Yo, what's up, Ty? How you been, brother?
It's been a fantastic performance, but we now, of course, want to hear from those players on the stage.
Yeah, dude.
I'd
have it displayed right there. I'd have it displayed right there all the time.
Let me walk all the way around. Let me walk all the way around. Congratulations. Here we go. Here's a mic.
Hanging out with family, friends, working. Ty, hey, Ty, can you take your family tomorrow to? Probably not. It's on the other side of town.
Flawless in grand finals. It's
I will be at
5 grand finals that you've won 100% win rate. So I wanted to ask you, what is the secret? You know,
Fairy Tale finds market tomorrow.
Situations that is the hardest.
Peoria Sports Complex.
Actually, it's just like the team chemistry, like the 3 of us. You know, like, I don't know. It's just we just love each other, really. We just trust on each other, and yeah, everything gonna follow through. You know.
And also, this was not an easy one to come into, you know. You have to have really high energy. And I think you've developed yourself as a character in Valorant to be the one with
But we're either going to set up a booth for $85 or we're just going to walk around and talk to people.
You're still going to get heard, your teammates still going to be pumped.
Actually, in the first 3 maps, I was so depressed.
Yo, no way.
Kill. Until the last
I'm
map,
assuming
actually,
you're alright if you're on
I'm just gonna
Twitch.
give the same energy
But
that
are you
they
alright?
give to me, you know. So
You were still screaming though.
Yeah.
There was still scream.
That's my support to them.
Yes, I do want to see the dash cam.
Oh, so even if you can't frag, you can. The mental support is there.
Of course,
I love that.
Very important.
If you could pass the mic to Mary now,
Hello.
Mary, I think you know what I'm gonna ask you. What do you think I'm gonna ask you? You know!
I don't know.
I mean, there's a very specific team that you finally managed to beat after a little bit.
That's got to feel good for her teammates. All right.
So, yeah, how How does that feel? You've done it because in the past, every time you played against your former team, actually you've only ever managed to
What's up,
win
brother?
against them since you
Yeah,
left.
what up, brother?
And today this is a very, very big moment.
I mean, I obviously have still so much respect for them. Like they made me who I am today, and with their experience and with the teammates I've had, like no matter what.
Did you install a dash cam? Was this in a Tesla? What happened?
But,
no, I've had a dash
cam good to win against them though.
It doesn't happen, but now you know how it feels.
No, yeah, for sure, yeah. It was like,
it was not my fault at all.
Fracture map, we were also dead, and then I went out with Alexi, like we all went out together. And I was like, you know what, guys, I'm just gonna sprint. Me and Alexi 1v1 sprinted, and we just like ran to the pole. And that's how we gathered.
Physically
yeah, like actually
outside, in the streets of
just
London.
to get energy back. And then like, yeah, it's just not to give up, you know, like, I don't know.
I also heard comms from you, I heard you many times say, don't be scared. Like, why are we scared? Just go, especially on that ice source. Just send it. We got this. And you've come so far, from coming in as a 16-year-old in the beginning and now after
all right, Soft. I also don't think I've gotten any spam messages.
I mean, everyone here is a leader in the team,
this
honestly,
stream.
but when it comes
There's
to,
one that was close, like old spam, but they gave high emotes, so I left them alone.
To stay positive and not like it's never over till it's over, and to still push and push and push. And I think that comes.
Someone else put the world needs what you create.
I really love this
Foxy
team,
Crypto, and then they left.
Goal, obviously,
see who Foxy Crypto is.
Hopefully. But
yeah, it's a good step. It's a nice step. I'm glad you mentioned the word leadership because Madvi, you were leading from the front, especially in the last two maps. Now,
yes, that's the one. I messaged or I went to them. I'm looking at their stream right now, but they don't.
To do it, so was that fun to be able to flex?
Of course, it's fun, but like having Alexi and Odell.
I'm pretty sure this is a bot though.
I prefer them going to a list. But on the last map, like it was like more comfortable.
All right.
So that's why
I am streaming.
I'm glad I went.
All right, we ready?
I mean, I think you were like 16 and 3 after 3 rounds or something stupid like
that.
It was crazy.
Bitcoin price next 100K 24/7.
Everything was against you. You're in the lower bracket.
I'll ban them in a sec here.
You played a
all right, we are watching, Ty. We are watching.
Oh, the whole stream is watching, huh?
No.
So how on
I would not
earth,
do that to you.
did you guys win today when everything was not supposed to happen? It took that win your way.
Well, I'd say experience.
Yeah, I mean, this is possibly avoidable, but yeah, it's 100% his fault. Yeah, it's 100% his fault. It's possibly avoidable, but it's 100% his fault. Is that a Tesla who hit you?
No, it was a Porsche.
Yeah?
Let me see the clip.
Alright, and speaking of having fun, Aneri,
I would like to do an examination through the video.
In a tournament for a while, let alone win a tournament of you being back on that duel list. Was it fun?
Play it right there. Play it right there.
Honestly,
play it right there.
like,
we haven't even seen the car yet.
Like all the maps, I had a very bad start. I was going like 3-4.
It's like you barely tap him right here, right?
Like, at the end of the day, like I know that that I can come
but the
back.
car's cooked.
Is that in Phoenix? The Jeep is done, really? I thought you would have hit your whatchamacallit bumper, but not.
No, whole right fender snapped off, front right axle snapped, tire blew out, rim snapped.
Your rim snapped?
I think the more
they didn't snap it, cracked pretty good though.
Wow. Yo, what's up, Soft?
But now these days, like even if we're losing like 4-11, I'm going 0 kills, 8 deaths. Like I don't care. It's just I'm gonna play it until the end, and I'm gonna like.
Hey, so why is that guy stopped there?
Doesn't bother you. I love that.
So it's
that guy's turn.
Yeah, he's not in the middle lane. Oh, that's not a middle lane.
Well, he just stopped there.
So first of all,
yeah. So
to let him go.
No. He's turning left too. You can see the blinker on.
There is a long list.
I see.
This just feels crazy because you turn out with enough time that my man should have hit the gas to get out of your way. Like, he's early enough, he should have seen you here. Oh, was he in a manual?
It was a she, and no, it's an automatic.
She was not paying attention then. You can't really see what her face is doing, unfortunately.
To be honest, I'm not.
No, and it sucks because I have a crack in my windshield.
Yeah, right
So
there.
like,
Wow.
but yeah, so she was sitting right here waiting to turn left. He was turning left over here.
Comes out of my mouth.
I cannot kill on the grand
This
finals
is Phoenix,
anymore, so
isn't
I
it?
just like give off the
Yeah,
good
Central.
vibes, you know.
Yeah, dude,
and
Phoenix
then
is
the
the
moment I'm gonna be
worst
like,
when it comes to
I'm like,
roadways,
oh my
dude.
God, I should
I don't know if you
be
ever
here.
seen anything like this, Soft, but depending on the time of the day, it'll be like a northbound, southbound lane in the morning, and then in the afternoon, it'll be it'll be northbound in the morning and southbound in the evening. It's fun.
It's opposite. It's northbound. It's northbound in the evening, southbound in the morning, because southbound hits downtown Phoenix. It's so that during rush hour, there's 3 lanes headed one way and 3 lanes headed back during rush hour in the afternoon.
Because you did not play a single duelist, yet you put up numbers
Once you've been living, like, because I live in.
There's no way her 144 ACS is
yeah, how do you feel hearing that you're the MVP here?
the champ.
To be honest, thank you very much for the opportunity, guys. Oh my
That
God.
has to be
Wait,
damage.
I don't have media training. So
There's
like,
no way she's
very
MVP.
There's no way it's
so
144
thankful, and I
ACS. That
didn't
has to be
expect
damage.
This outcome also because I'm just here to support my teammates.
Who
you
was
know.
it?
Ever since I've been a support player, but then I think on this
hold up.
tournament it's really my.
Oh man, I'll see it when
legacy game,
I'm
so
pulling
like,
up the game right now to
you know,
look.
Yeah, you were clutching, you were doing everything right. I just have one last question for all of you. I hope
Camu.
production don't mind me, you know, being a little bit cheeky with taking up some
Yeah, I
time.
think it's damage.
But every, especially for
You
you,
know
Mary,
what's
I think
crazy?
one
Her
of my
ADR
favorite
and her
things
ACS is
was
lower than
talking about what it
2
means
people on
for
her
your
team.
region. You know, this is bigger than just you.
Maybe there's something
And
else. What were you saying?
we're
She had a lot of
surrounded
assists
by
though.
players from Philippines, Indonesia,
No,
Saudi,
like,
Bahrain.
my
We don't
insurance
see
called me and they're like,
players from your
well,
regions lift trophies, win titles, be the best in
or
esports
no,
very
no,
often.
it was the
In
cop.
fact, you were the first
Found
in
it
your
so
region.
funny. He
So
goes,
what
he
does
goes,
this
well, we don't
mean?
find
I
vehicles
kind of
at
want to get an
fault.
answer from all of you. You know,
Like,
for
that's
your
not our
region,
job.
for
But,
how hard you've grinded,
you
and also
know,
opening up
we
perhaps a
often
future
do
for
find
other
whoever is
players
at
from your
fault.
region
And my
to do what you're
stepmom was
doing.
like,
I mean, it's
okay,
honestly
so
always the
you,
underrated
get
regions that are
ticketed.
like under
He's
the
like,
cap,
well,
you know? Like,
you
it's
guys
always
aren't
the
getting
EU and NA,
ticketed,
but,
so
you know, there are
don't worry
players
about
out there
that.
working really hard, like APAC,
Yeah.
for example.
If
And
someone
going back
turns
to
in front of
points
you,
about, like,
unless
representation, like,
it
honestly,
goes
we're so happy to
like
be, you know, the
you sped up
the
to hit
role
them,
models for
or
other
there was
female
more
players
time and you
in-
had time
in the
to
Middle East
adjust.
to also step
But
up
still, it's
and,
rare to
you
see
know,
in an accident like
compete,
yours
you know, like,
that
we're
you
here
would
and
be
we're
at
out
fault.
there and, like, we'd love to have more female Middle Eastern girls to be able to compete in tournaments and represent as well. But yeah, like, do you have something else?
Let's go. Alright, I gotta walk in for this
I
foul
don't
comp.
think, like,
I've been grinding,
last
bro.
week there wasn't
Oh yeah,
any
perfect.
player
Well,
from
this is my
Southeast
favorite
Asia who
map.
has lifted a
This is my new
trophy yet.
favorite map, by the
I know
way.
this is not like VCT Game Changers
I was
Championship,
low-key
but it's a
cooking
step
with
closer.
ice, though.
Solid
So
map.
like, I
I was
mean,
low-key cooking
like
with
I've
ice
always
last
think
night, so
APAC is an
we'll see if
underrated
the-
region,
see if
and I
we
just
You
want
know,
to collect more
thinking
trophies
back to
because
Premier,
I
it's
do
kind of
really
crazy
think
how we got
our
Lotus all
region
3
has the
games.
most
Right?
hardworking player.
This really.
Like, were we really like the only team like checking trackers?
Are doing well as well.
It
You're
seems that
really
way.
in the forefront.
Maybe.
You two, Camu,
Are you guys gonna
Alexi,
play
also
Premier
wanna say
again or
something?
no? You guys done? I feel like you guys are all Marvel rivals now.
I don't know anything,
No one
but
really plays Valorant, bro.
aren't you like curious who?
I haven't
came
really
from
been
the
playing
World
video
Cup?
games.
A nice box.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I haven't
I'm
even
so
touched
glad you
Rivals
said
in like a
that.
week and a half.
But Filipino
Yep.
region,
I've taken a purposeful
leading,
break here.
doing well. Anything you
Ty.
want to say on that topic, maybe Alexi, if you want to?
Purposeful.
Take
What's
it
the
away?
purpose?
I mean, I'm
Stop
just very
crying.
proud because
Stop being so
everywhere I go,
emotionally
everyone sees
attached to a
so
video
much
game.
Stop being a
Filipinos,
little
you know, like,
baby
even
bitch.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm
Good
just
for
proud
her.
of my blood.
That is
No,
that is
I
essentially
know.
it.
The talent.
You do.
I will tell
Hell
you,
yeah,
after
you
my
do,
long
yeah.
break
So yeah,
of
just
not playing
out
video
to all
games,
Filipinos there,
I
just keep
don't
doing
care
it.
anymore. Like,
Keep
I go into
grinding.
comp, I'll be upset in the morning
We are the
or
most
in the moment because it's like it sucks to
individuals
lose.
I've ever
But then I'm
seen.
like, okay,
And,
whatever,
like,
it's a video
it's
game.
insane,
like,
you know,
get
like,
off,
I
I'm
never
okay,
expected
whatever.
them to
Like,
be
it
this
doesn't affect my
hardworking,
whole
like-
day like it would have.
Just I really
know what I
hope
mean?
with time
Yeah.
we
12
lift up
hours
the
a day.
bigger trophy.
So I will say, taking a break does
Of
get
course,
me
it's
help
enough
with
to do
emotional
it again.
attachment to the video
Very
games.
nice start. Mavi, you
My
want to
dogs are
close
barking for no
us
reason
out?
right
Yeah.
now.
So proud to represent the MENA region and especially
You know, I've had that mentality for a long time now, and the reason like I haven't played Rivals in the last like 10 days or so is because like everybody else takes it seriously and it just ruins the vibes.
Yeah.
Because it's so easy to get pissed off on that game.
I will say,
You talking about Rivals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm right next to you. Why aren't you healing me? Please, 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 please. Oh, dude, why didn't you heal me? I didn't see you. Like, what do you What?
Vega, your 2025 Red
I just
Bull
got fired up
ESports
right now, reliving moments.
a new challenger to the throne.
One thing I've always... Oh,
G2
that's why my mic was so
continuing,
quiet. It was so
that streak
low.
of
One thing I've always noticed about Soft, even playing Valorant, like you get like you can get upset in the moment because someone like does something stupid, but you like even after a round you just kind of forget it. You're like whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
That's one thing I've always noticed about Soft.
Soft is chill for sure.
He's super nonchalant.
I mean, you kind of want to have you kind of want to have that mindset in general, like with anything, like with it's the same with sports. Like if something bad happens, you just got to move on from it and stay in the present moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I was super upset after we lost our game because that was my last lacrosse game.
Well, that's different. That's different time.
Yeah.
Soft's not talking about the final game of your career, having some emotion towards it. He's talking about a random Tuesday night as a sophomore. Really shouldn't end your life.
No! Watch this, Freddy head clicks.
Got one. Better get out there. Get that double tap going. Wasting it. Wasting it. Uh-oh. Wasting it. Spam him. Oh, you didn't get it? You lost it. You lost it, bro. You're in trouble.
Oh. Peek again, peek again, peek again.
Hey, so what do you think, Soft, from the very little you know? We, at a minimum, get free entry to the event, and we can walk around with a camera and microphone talking to people. The person who owns it also offered that we could set up a booth for $85. I almost feel like the booth is worth it to give people like a target. We can always walk around, but this gives people a target.
Yeah. Wait, what is the event again?
I don't even know how to word this.
Is it like a farmer's market?
Nope. It's kind of like a Star Wars thing. People know this as a Star Wars thing, but it's called Fairy Tale Finds Market. So
people with fairy tale minds need financial advice.
Haha, Princess, Jedi's, Spider-Man. Yeah, so
do a booth.
Be the first 200 guests to get an exclusive sticker. So yeah, we're gonna get there probably like 8:30 and maybe set up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the booth could be worth it, but I could also see how it could be like better content if you were like walking around.
Yeah.
You were doing and people like asking you questions in like different places.
Okay,
you know?
Watch this one.
What is this? Is this silver?
This is why I'm kind of looking forward. I'm actually kind of looking forward to getting back into gaming because now all of the rank stuff should reset, and I should be playing against actual bronze, actual golds.
Yeah, as long as you don't play with Michelle or Frost.
Because they'll jack up your RR.
Yeah.
Yeah. I doubt it.
Oh my gosh, no.
Ty, would you watch, if Woke did like a aim training series, would you watch it?
I shot. Are you fucking shitting me? What? Sorry. Pardon my French. Sorry, stream.
Okay. If Woke did an aim training series, yeah, where he tried to like actually get like good aim.
Woke?
Really
He tried to get good aim, or he was trying to give advice?
I was trying to get it.
If he was trying to get good aim.
If he was trying to give advice, no. If
non-finance related.
Yes, I would. I think that would be super good because your brain is not only financial, but it's also gaming. Like that's the whole point. I think it would be super good. To like get a video out there like that, like a series part one of learning how to properly aim in Valorant. Or even if you don't want to do Valorant, like you could do something like Rivals, like part one of mastering.
Well, no. This would be like aim labs, aim training, not Valorant.
Not game specific.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be super sick. I'd watch.
Yeah, I mean, they've
Come on, peek me. Peek me, peek me, peek me, peek me, peek me. Babies. What a baby. Yeah, I just kind of rush in now. I realized as a duelist, you just kind of have to have an open mind. Like, you can't care. Okay, that's a wall.
Yo, no way. I think you bust in there, give your team C, and you just run in like a boss. Ties out. Never mind. All right, I'm going to go confirm with my wife that she wants a booth for tomorrow. Because I guess if we do the booth, we can always walk around. But if we don't do the booth, we can't just grab a spot and sit. So I will be right back.
Okay. Me and Soft will keep your stream entertained, don't worry. Guys, welcome to the Soft and Tyler portion.
Everybody just left. Everybody just left.
Welcome to the Soft and Tyler portion of the stream. Today we're going to be showing you guys how to actually properly aim on Valorant because Luke is not the greatest with that.
Well, they wouldn't be watching you for that either, bro.
Oh, that's hilarious. For if you stay mad, you ain't getting better. Yes, Maniac, exactly. So I'm gonna pull up the chat so I can, I can respond to our viewers. Oh, you little baby, you stop peeking. What a PUSSI. Watch, bro. You just gotta stop caring. You just gotta rush in, bro. Like, honestly. That's how you play duelists now. Holy!
This is also how you throw.
Huh?
This is like what Maniac does, bro. This just reminds me of Maniac.
I mean, it works, though, when you don't get deadlocked. I've low-key been falling in love with the Phantom. Oh
Phantom.
my.
Dude, the
Guys.
Phantom is...
Chat. No!
Phantom is broken.
It for real is. Alright, guys. I'm gonna resubscribe real quick with my Prime sub, and I'll wait till Woke gets back so he can thank me. Yeah. Soft, hop on, bro. Hop on Stepsis. Definitely not banned for 30 minutes, I don't think, anymore.
Did you really start the timer?
Huh? Yeah, I did.
Did you start
I
the timer?
did. This was like 2 days ago, yeah.
Yeah, I can probably do a game.
Does it do it if you're not logged into the account or on the account?
Huh?
Does the timer count down if you're not on the account? Okay.
Butterfly in the sky.
Yeah, but did you start the timer?
Yeah, I did.
I'm assuming you started the timer. Yeah, that's good.
What timer?
You got his other account banned.
What? Is this...
Yeah.
Did you dodge?
No.
You did something.
Well, because no. So basically, what had happened was there was a guy that was calling me slurs, and I got upset, and so I just left.
Calling you what?
Slurs.
Slurs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then you did say something back.
No, I didn't. He was just calling me slurs, and so I just left the game. I just closed it.
You got a ban for that long? For how long?
30 minutes.
Oh my god.
Supposed to go down in playoffs because you're playing against better players, better teams. Yeah. They're not supposed to go up. That's an anomaly.
The crazy thing to me, 24% lifetime clutch percentage in playoffs for Trent. That actually is crazy stat.
For playoffs overall. Yeah, but you probably...
Oh my gosh, Raina, yes. Thank you.
Oh man, Nature took full responsibility for EG's loss yesterday. Yo.
Nature did?
Yeah.
This is their IGL.
You guys think I hit this ult if I ult right here? I think I did.
Dude,
I need someone to make noise banging.
Yeah, bro. Even golds are hitting shots.
Oh, I'm in a deathmatch. It's getting one-tapped by everybody. And I know these guys are probably gold as well.
Yes, there we go. Give me their ISO. Are you shitting me?
Yo, you just got dunked on, bro. He hit you with 2 clean headshots, and all you did was hit him in the body.
Are we for real right now? It's the crosshair, bro. I promise you, it's the crosshair. It's the crosshair.
Is doing an amazing job of empowering Aspas. One of their core game plans is ensuring that he's always going to be going in with sufficient util to be able to get value, and his team's going to follow up after him. I mean, it shows in the numbers. He's the best. He's one of the best players in the world.
I appreciate the real answer. I already knew that. I just wanted to say that. I just wanted to say
you want me to rage bait the entire country of Brazil again?
Yes.
It's not happening. I've learned my lesson.
You're a new man.
Yep.
Love it.
All right. Well, that is. You heard it there. Let's now move to this next.
What the fuck?
Yo, hey Maniac. I had Discord up over the chat, and I completely was not checking it. So I don't.
I said your name.
All right.
I did. It was me, Maniac. It was me and Soft.
Hey, thanks, Ty. Wait, why sad?
19th sub anniversary.
Let's go.
Oh, I don't know. I just typed something random.
My man could have typed in happies, but he typed in sads, bro. He hit me.
Oh, trust the process. Just.
He hit me in the feels, bro.
I tell the shorty come here, I tell her blow back out, and it's funny for the ears.
made some predictions in a segment that we like to call "What Are the Chances?" Let's actually go ahead and check in and see how they did. Yeah, go ahead, walk over there, go to your buddy, Wyatt.
Dude, this is insane.
That's why you always clear your corners, guys. Teaching what not to do. You guys are clear. They're both on B. They're both on B. Go, plant. Good job.
This was pre-season, which still makes it really insane, actually. We changed much, if I'm being totally honest.
Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. How's it going, Maniac? How's your life going? Man, I don't even remember the last time we gamed Maniac. Or even hung out, for that matter.
Maniac ghosted us all. It's okay. No one's upset by it. Especially not me.
Maniac just queues Swift plays like an E-dater.
Hey, there we go. He's trying to find his wife. I'm actually surprised Jay hasn't been doing that. He's always on the hunt, you know what I'm saying? That's the best way.
Is it?
He is.
Is Swift play the way? Guys, are you teaching me the strats here? Swift play it?
Yeah, 100%. They're most likely at least in your region. You know, they play Val. It's a pretty easy in, bro, if you're nice.
Watch this, ready?
Yeah, there we go. Maniac's farming. Play with his brother. Get the ladies.
Bro, you don't play with your brother if you're trying to get the ladies. That's like the worst thing you could do.
Hey guys, what happened to me? I fell off from that first few rounds. Luke's turned it into just a just chatting streamer.
No, I'm a watch party streamer. I'm a watch party streamer.
He has the goals up and everything.
Wait, the goals? Oh, but that's a different goal. That's a for the community. Once we get there, we're out. We send them out. I'll probably gotta wait till I get to 2,000, and as I've removed people, I've lost people. I don't know how to word that. All these people that I don't watch, I removed them. And I think they track because they removed me. That's okay. Got to get back.
Too focused, he said, on his own individual game. Hasn't been thinking about himself as a leader, as an IGL, and has now just started getting back into that rhythm of giving the rest of his team what they need. And he gives that as the reason why they were able to make the comeback.
Watch this right now.
Why are they in these positions to begin with?
Ho ho ho! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!
Roughest maps for team play I've watched
Ha
from
ha
G2 this
ha!
year thus far. It seems like they were really out of sync on a lot of these retakes and weren't quite trading and on the same page the way they normally are. And Josh echoed that in the coach interview. He said that he felt like no one was stepping
Are
up
you
to
kidding me right now?
keep them on the same page. And
What do you mean
they
for real
did
right
rally
now?
back, but it was too damn close to
Oh.
missing Toronto.
They did get it done at the end of the day.
Sure.
And that's the grit and resilience you need to see from a great team. Sometimes you're going to stumble, sometimes you're going to fall. It's about how you pick yourself up.
Yeah.
And even more importantly as well, our lone Canadian player left who's in Americas ended up actually making it.
Open, 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 open. Get me out.
Scenario where we would have had no players from Canada attending the Toronto event, which I think would have been a shame itself as well. But Jonah P, he's had a rough playoffs at times as well, but he showed up towards the tail end of their series. He was really paramount, I would say, honestly, in them dragging it over that line against EG.
That round 23 where he and Leaf pulling out a ridiculous 2v4, every player was required in order to get G2 across the line, which sometimes they've been able to coast with like one or two of them just popping off.
Yeah, but honestly, that is what makes this G2 team so scary, is that they do have those individuals to do that. So when they're kind of shaky and they're a little bit unsure of themselves,
I'm scared.
Start asking some questions. Of course,
Don't be scared.
Man for the job. It's Rivington standing by with Jonah P ahead of the match.
Jonah, thanks for a moment of your time today. Obviously a big win yesterday and a big game today, but I gotta ask you,
Dude, your settings suck.
Thank you.
They're the worst settings imaginable. I get on there and I'm like, I don't even think I could play the game like this. What is happening? It is wild.
That sounds awesome. And as this year felt like
Well, it's so easy. My mouse button is my E. My other mouse button is this one. My C.
Why don't you just
is
use
this one.
E?
Bro, because it's too far of a reach. Like if I'm trying to click D, I can't click E at the same time.
Yes, you can.
With what finger am I gonna click E if I'm holding my right finger down on D?
Your middle finger?
Are we kidding me right now? No one's there.
Nobody.
Oh, they're all there.
Bro, what is this knife that you have on this account?
It's tough, bro.
This thing is terrible.
Thing's tough, bro.
You actually spent, wait, did you spend money on this? Or was this a battle pass?
No, that thing didn't cost money, bro.
You need some free financial advice, not to spend your money on skins like this.
I was tired of looking at the default knife, so I dropped a quick $10.
I hate your map settings too, bro. I hate everything about your settings.
Yeah, I hate that map setting. I don't know who set that, but it wasn't me.
It had to be you, because I know it wasn't me.
I think it was Luke, to be honest.
You haven't played on this account.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't played. Oh yeah, I haven't played that account at all. That's the other one. It's not even sold.
No.
Here you go. You better wreck this kid. Oh, you played it. You played it wrong. All right, it worked. You got to peek fast to shoot the shield. Can't slow peek the shield, bro.
You can when you're me, bro.
It is a little poetic because that felt like the almost exact opposite of the Bangkok final map 5 Pearl.
When you're like me, you can slow peek everything.
Probably why you get smacked.
Alright, bro, I'm going 9 and 7, bro. I ain't even getting smacked. It's 8-4. Come on now, bro. Lock in.
You're about to end the game 10 and 20.
Oh.
This one was like a 13, 11. I don't remember the exact scores, but it was a long one.
It was one of the first times that G2 had really been
It was a noise.
Americas by a team, because G2 have this habit of bringing the best out of their opponents, I think, in the best way to say it, because everyone is always looking at G2. They've got this target on their back. Even if you're not playing them, you don't need to
It's their phone to losing.
because they want to learn from the best teams.
Dude, all these guys are sitting in corners.
Great ideas overall. I'm expecting a similar theme for MIBR as well coming into this. Because
Hey, there we go. Oh yeah, let's go, Maniac. I am very excited for this game.
MIBR itself, I mean, listen, you played a first game yesterday. You have time to actually watch G2 play that matchup.
Are you kidding me? My crosshairs.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, and you can even see some of the responses here from, Jonah P. and just in general, right? This was a tough game, Sideshow. So both teams now at this point, if anything, leveled up even more so. Where does that leave us?
And I also think if you look at the final map, right, that was where we saw the Waylay have so much value.
Immortality would be sick, bro.
Leaf was also flying too. They both dropped 25 kills. Sentinels laid out a game plan of how to destroy.
But I already got immortality. If you know, you know.
So the game has changed since they played this match, and I think it's actually changed in a way where you can learn how to. It's changed away from G2 because other teams are starting to figure them out, and so that should.
Ain't that right, Luke? We already got immortality.
It just depends on whether they can get it done in a BO5
What?
because your map pool gets more and more.
Are you? Immortality.
Not really.
Who's working on it?
What?
Who's working on immortality?
I don't know. I am. I'm always working on immortality. If you know, you know.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think that MIBR as well would mean a lot for all of these players on top of it, because in terms of achieving stuff for the York, I mean, the players aren't really thinking about York, they're thinking about themselves as well. But it will mean a lot, I think, to actually overcome this hurdle that knocked them down prior in week 2, whatever it was.
Use your eye. Use your eye. Use your eye. Use your eye. What are we doing here? What are we doing?
Oh wow, the Rockets forced Game 7, huh?
Yeah.
Good for them.
The Rockets.
So is it just the Rockets and the Nuggets series left?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
The Avs are forcing Game 7 as well.
The Avs, the Colorado.
Yeah, Avs and the Stars.
Don't nobody care about hockey.
Whoa, hey, watch it. I care.
Don't get me wrong, hockey's fun to watch in the playoffs, but you don't actually care about it. You don't even know who won the Stanley Cup last year.
Yeah, I do.
Who?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't even know, bro. My man's looking it up right now to go, yeah, I knew it was
No,
these
I'm not.
guys.
No, I'm not. I actually.
I hear
wasn't
you
it
typing,
Toronto?
bro.
Wasn't
My
it
man's
Toronto?
over here like, I'm not doing
Wasn't it
anything.
Toronto?
I don't know, bro. That's what I'm saying to you.
I wonder how he knew that.
Bro!
He's so knowledgeable.
Like, I didn't hear
Not that I
you
know.
typing, brother.
No, wasn't it the Maple Leafs or no?
Uh-huh.
I genuinely wasn't looking it up.
Sure. You just minimized it and typed a bunch of letters to not look up anything.
I didn't look it up. I was texting someone back. Look, let's see who won.
Wait, on your
Let's actually
computer?
look it up.
You were
Who
texting Google.
won
Yeah.
the Stanley Cup 2024? See, it was the Panthers. Did Toronto even make it to the? Kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, Florida beat. Dude, I'm from Florida, and would tell you that the Panthers are probably my favorite team, and I still had no idea that they won last year. That's crazy.
Absolutely vicious. It's like watching Jordan and Pippen go out there do their thing. It's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, this streamer just brought up Pippen and Jordan. Let's go.
Questions, honestly, of why did Verno get removed from NRG? What didn't work in terms of the culture there? And was Verno really going to be able to fit in on a team that was literally culturally, in terms of the language, super.
All right, chat, lock in.
I might have to mute you guys some and go on TikTok on the tablet, but just not annoy you guys.
Why?
So you guys don't hear the TikTok stuff going on in the background?
We don't hear him. Hey, this
No, I
is
know, but
cool.
why are you going on TikTok?
That's what bro
I thought you were
does.
gonna watch the game.
Oh, I am. But if I don't have anybody in chat, then I can chat with people on TikTok at the same time.
I mean, honestly, as a coach, I see him as one of those coaches that brings the best out of players when he gets given them. And
Luke's turned into a TikTok streamer, bro.
I kind of have, yeah. I've literally gotten like 100 followers over the last, I don't know, 2 weeks from just live streaming.
Yikes, bro. Yeah.
It's by far the most. Man, somebody, I think I said this, but the other day, somebody named SJW came into my chat and I was like, hey, like, what brought you in here? They're like, I used to work at Vanguard. I'm like, what? Who are you? Shoot me a text. And nope, they haven't sent me anything, bro. I just want to know who they are.
Yes, he can understand some basic phrasings. At the end of the day, though, the translation is always going to be difficult. So I think it's even more impressive how they've been able to integrate him with those challenges in play. It's
Okay, Kyle started following. Who's Kyle?
I think it's been excellent, and you can tell that they really enjoy playing together as a duo, and they're constantly duoing. They've got the little bromance going on.
Breadstick, are you a real person?
Breadstick. Hey, Breadstick. You real, bro?
Well, let's keep the BFF, happiness train moving forward because we got those two boys standing by Rip.
I am joined by Aspas and Verno before the match today, and Aspas, we saw online people were asking your wife Maxie what it was like to be married to the best player in the world, and her response was more so, you should ask his husband Verno. So Verno, my question is, what is it? No, but really though, what's
You guys be hitting that too, or what?
Aspas, getting to know him, and then just kind of building his camaraderie?
It's really nice to. I'm not watching your stream, bro. I only watch good players.
I'm not playing, otherwise I would be my feelings would be hurt.
That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about my yawn, but alright.
What you say is like the one thing you're taking away right now that the best player in the world has taught you?
Taught me?
Verno won't come up with anything that Aspas has taught him. This is very awkward and cringy.
Alright, there you go. I want to ask you about the match though, real quick.
What are they doing?
Before I let you go.
They're interviewing Aspas and Verno. And the guy goes, hey, what have you learned from Aspas? And he's like, learned? And he doesn't give an answer.
That's funny.
But his wife, Aspas, they apparently went up to Aspas's wife, or this is a full joke, and they said, hey, what's it like being married to the best player in the world? And his wife said, you should go talk to his husband, Verno. I don't know if she...
They live together.
Okay, I was going to say, I don't know if she actually said that, but that's awesome if she did. And I have 9...
What? Bro, the players in this game.
I'm saying, bro, the players in this game be playing, bro. No chat. No cap. No Cappington?
Literally just getting one
No
tap.
Cappington.
Bro, what?
Okay, so that goes double for me, so I can't pick all of G2. And it's a snake trap, as well as you have to pick a coach.
Well, we'll give you the first pick. We'll be magnanimous. Go for it.
Thank you so much, fellow bald man.
Thanks so much, fellow bald man.
Dude, that guy was full running. Okay, this game is just... Can't compete with these little kids anymore.
Too old now, bro.
I think that's amazing. We'll go for Leaf. Yeah, we got notes. Of course, we prepped for this. Get Leaf on there.
Nope.
Where did Leaf go?
Hello, Maniac.
Who we go for
Wow.
next? You want to go for
Yo, what's up, Maniac?
Let's go for, okay, I think
Yep.
next pick.
Maniac, have you noticed this as well? The kids in this game are getting too good.
Too good?
Yeah, too good.
No, you just are getting too old.
I'm getting one-tapped by everybody in this deathmatch.
I think.
And I know at least half this lobby is gold.
No, gold. Gold used to be.
No, it's not my own marks, I'm on a
Gold's always
gold
been
account.
pretty good. Gold players, they have good aim. Or like decent aim. Like their aim could get them to diamond, but they're just incredibly stupid. And
Brain dead
also,
players.
Their aim doesn't translate to comp.
It's like aim labs.
They're not confident enough. and they resort to like spraying and stuff.
Yeah, and then some of the guys in this lobby are just walking around, just sitting in corners.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you should. All right, our turn. Dude, I feel like we can.
Yeah,
My game's at match point.
Gold and DM and TDM are like, you can't really tell
the
the
best
difference
players in the
sometimes, but in comp they can't play the same.
Unlike me, boy.
Dude, what the
Wait, how is your team winning in comp stuff?
Bro, some of these guys are actually hitting the craziest shots.
Oh, your chamber's off. Yeah, bro, gold players, they don't mess around, bro.
So this is the first time our chamber's off, I think. Oh, I can't hit him. I can't hit his head. Okay, are you shitting me with the door right now? Are you kidding me? Did you see that, Maniac?
Yeah.
Did you see how that door just pushed me into his bullets?
Yeah. I hate that Dune fight so much, I can never win it.
If the door just had a little more room, that was my fight, 100%.
If oranges are red, they'd be apples.
What?
Wait, what?
I'm just messing with you, bro.
No sense.
Where did that come from?
He said if it just had a little more room.
What? Okay, I guess.
D2 have got a tight turnaround. It's tough. It's real tough after playing a long, strenuous game like this. Best of 5 scenario. I just think MIB are going to take.
Wait, dude, the Phantom is actually so much better.
It really is. I can't use it though. I don't know why. It just doesn't work. It feels like I'm shooting a Nerf gun.
Yeah.
Does kind of feel like that,
Me
yeah.
personally would not have
W
ulted
ult.
right there, but
W ult. W ult. Oh, I love this
why did
game.
you ult in the open?
Why didn't you? The question.
Bro, what? What did you watch that?
No.
This guy ran down Lotus stairs, ulted in the middle of stairs, and then got his shield broken while doing the animation, and he got one tapped by a deagle.
Dang.
Like, even if you won, you would still die.
Says who? I would have won, and then my teammates would have protected me.
Your teammate was already dead. Your teammate died while you were in the ult.
Oh.
How good they were getting. When we get tested like that, we know like there's a team like on the come up.
I'm ready. Yep.
That's like ult, like not in the middle
No,
of
see-
stairs.
Wait, you're on ISO?
Yeah.
Wait, I thought you were on Reyna.
No.
But you're using your ISO ult out in the open?
Yeah, he used it. He used it in the middle of stairs.
Guys, sometimes you just have to have fun in this game.
That's
You know what I
that's
mean?
some real
You
gold
shouldn't be having
gameplay
fun
right
at
there.
12 and 9, bro. You need all the RR you can get.
That's some real gold gameplay.
You just gotta have fun in this game.
Why are you running? You have your shield.
Wait, is Fracture gone now?
Yeah.
Thank God.
Oh! I'm
Bro,
scared.
calm down. Just shoot them in the head. It'll be okay. There you go. See?
Okay.
Bro, help him.
Now my man is just going for glory here, or what? They know you're there. You didn't break door. You can only be in one spot.
I can't hear anything.
Doesn't
Sorry,
matter.
bro.
You can just shoot him.
Yeah, that was just misplayed, man. Just misplayed. You should have swung when they weren't expecting it. Earlier in the fight.
We're on to overtime.
No.
No,
Ty's
we're
gonna
not,
get it
dude.
right now.
Gotta be shitting me, man.
We're not going to overtime. Ross stopped us and waiting for me for this whole game, bro.
When I watch this team, I see a team that trusts each other, and that makes a huge difference.
Wait, what?
I don't know, bro.
Let's bring out their opponents. Your kickoff champions. Make
Holy
Watch this,
shit.
ready?
Wait, I might be back.
And G2 ESports,
Go.
this is a squad
Go
that
kill
has
the
had
ISO.
a lot of ups and downs in the playoffs here, but I think that yesterday, Brand, without a doubt,
GG's, boys! GG's!
What is happening?
GG's, yeah!
What did I say? What did I say?
They're in an amazing form, even though they're in that self-described slump period. I think, Mimi, you brought up an excellent point earlier, talking about the kind of freeness that they're now going to be feeling.
And I MVP.
For Toronto, you could see that post-match interview.
Yo, who let you
There's
MVP?
no shot. Oh, this person's pissed. Oh, this rain is pissed. What did I MVP off of?
Why is your freaking Discord thing glitched?
Plants?
No, it's what it happens when he minimizes.
First Bloods?
Oh, but he was still clicking on it now.
I don't know.
And here's your series layout. You got Haven Lotus split if necessary. We'll take a trip to a
Oh, I need 2 more kills.
fracture. Thoughts?
No Pearl to end the series,
And I'm ready.
so that breaks a bit of a streak of seeing G2.
Wait, G2 picks Lotus?
Holy. Alright. I'm looking nice. Let's do this.
I bet. Hold on, I gotta change my skins. Because, you know, I'm sick like that and I have 45 million skins.
You can queue the game.
I know, but what happens if I don't choose the skin I want?
You can queue. We'll be fine. Well, I'm stuck with this stupid knife skin, so I think you'll be fine.
What knife skin?
The
Lux knife.
Uh-oh.
The one I bought on my alt.
Which one is that?
The tough one.
It's like a medieval knife.
Bro, it's the blue one. No!
When I'm looking at those first three maps, I should say, I think we're going for a banger. Genuinely, this is going to be awesome to watch for both of these teams. The best of 5 is
Oh, the freaking like
it's one that G2 are going to be infinitely familiar with at this
the
point.
blue like
Tons of games in these high pressure
I don't even know what
they're
they call
going to be well aware of it, and their map pool has
It's so ugly.
For MIBR, it is kind of this new ground I think that's being broken for a bunch of these.
Why did you buy that?
One player at its core.
I don't know, because I was feeling it. Bro, are you shitting me right now? Fucking Phoenix pick? Alright, looks like we're going 3 duelists, dude.
Red Bull lock in, baby.
Red Bull has a team now?
No, that's a tournament.
Oh.
Fuck was literally just watching it.
Compared to them playing 0 games of Teo in kickoff, but they are still the squad in Americas that plays the most.
Are you good with 3 duelists?
Okay, let's go. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's a good point.
If you outshoot
I
them,
don't
you
care.
win.
Let's kill them.
Not his elo.
I won yesterday with like 3 initiators, 2 duelists. Wait, we didn't
That would
have
be all of your players.
We had 3 initiators.
Three initiators.
He
2
really has to
duelists,
think it through.
We had 3 initiators, 2 duelists, 2
Not
controllers,
2
2
duelists. 1
sentinels.
duelist and one duelist and 1 sentinel. And we destroyed that game. That was really funny.
Oh,
I
there's
mean, you
no
don't
way.
necessarily. I feel like that's the hardest, though. The hardest, like the hardest is to play without a controller. Like you could play without a sentinel, you could play without a duelist.
Well, not if you have 3 initiators.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because we would just molly everything off, and we had Cypher cages, so we could like.
Oh yeah.
Not.
I mean,
It
Cypher is
doesn't work.
basically a smoke. I mean, yeah, but it's still better. It slows the push down.
It worked.
Wait, why don't pro teams just run
The other team
Cypher as
was-
their controller?
The other team just sucked as well. They just sucked. They were all diamond.
I
The
forgot this
easiest
dude
diamond
only
game
has-
of my life.
About how you're getting through this, because you can come in with prior preparation, but often when these
Hey,
games get long, when
hey, Soft, how are you doing, man? Ready to win? Hey guys, you guys ready to win here?
Alright, I'm muting you.
That's my favorite thing to do. Is sort of just face off.
Let's win, guys. We're gonna win through the power of friendship.
We can win through the power of friendship, guys.
Do you think
Push me, push me, push
G2
me.
is still gonna play Teo? Or no?
Are you?
He got sad.
I don't know.
One
That's
more.
a good question.
And if you just want entertainment factor, take a look at the ridiculous stuff that Jorg is going to get up to.
I mean, it's still viable, but like,
Teleporting into people's spawn, setting up for
I don't know.
Well, G2 are Tejo merchants, so.
he's got to be bringing the whimsy to go up against the sheer
Yeah.
might of Aspas. And you see him lock the Euro
Oh,
again.
Arteo.
Style for both of these teams, it really is. But G2, I think they've got the weight of
God damn, bro.
But also, the weight is kind of off their shoulders to the same degree. They've qualified for Toronto. They're coming into this one, hopefully with a good night's sleep.
No, this guy won.
High expectations hopefully lifted off them. They've met their own challenges. They've reached what they were hoping for in terms of goals. Now they want to see how far they can take it.
We talked about big game players. No one's better in matches like this than Giorgimo. His chance to shine against one of the game's greatest duelists.
Well, let's go ahead and get into map 1, shall we? We're going to send it over to your casters, and I think these boards are ready to go, all 5 if necessary.
No
Here's
pecan.
Wyatt for the call.
No pecan.
Feels good, folks, to be back here in the Riot Games
Is it
arena.
a
Crowd
remake?
already
Remake
starting to get
again?
energetic. We'd love to see it. Yes.
Better not be a remake.
Old tab, bro.
And he's running knife out. Hell
That's
yeah.
alt tab.
Hell yeah.
About making it to Toronto for those guys. They want to win VCT Americas. They're finding themselves as
No,
this
don't
new
kill him,
team
don't kill him.
again in a lower bracket final. In kickoff, they faltered at 3rd place. Can they actually do
Yes,
better this
I
time?
love
Can
this
they make
guy.
it into that final?
He knows.
Will G2 send them packing?
It's time, of course, for Samsung match start. Load up fast for Samsung SSDs. It's MIBR here on Haven starting on defense. G2, a grueling day for them yesterday. Valen in tears, fearing that it might be...
I really wish this Reno would just 181 tap him.
A lot of weight lifted off of their shoulders. But when we're talking about G2, we're speaking about a team that last year were always finishing in second place, coming so close to winning trophies, and now trying to gun for their second already this year. Trying to win this lower bracket and get into the grand finals. Aspas under pressure. How does the execute come through?
Tyler, you're really lucky that they didn't play this game out, bro.
That what?
Other than the close, your teammates suck.
I know. Our ISO didn't really know what to
Kill
do.
3 people through a smoke with the classic somehow.
Our ISO didn't know what to do. He like kind of got clapped. so I felt
Wait,
like-
MIBR just flawless the pistol run.
It happens.
Too bad I didn't get a chance to use my ult there.
Yeah. He should have just swung at me when he used it.
Yeah, I was gonna mimic your ult. I was gonna make sure I jump peek out and rip it right in front of him.
Haven again.
Your powers are mine.
What?
What?
That's what went through my mind when you said you were gonna mimic his ult. I was like, all right. Ty's powers are his.
You should play your masterclass. Oh, now you have to play yours. Classic gold lobby. Lock in off last duelist. Oh, just play yours. Everything will be okay.
Are you guys trioing or what's happening? No, you just hanging out, Maniac?
Yeah. I was gonna watch the
Oh yeah, me too.
Now I'm watching a gold lobby and these games.
Gold lobby is more entertaining.
It will be, and when the pistol rounds are
Decent conversion there on that anti-eco round for MIBR.
That's exactly what you have to
That's
do when you're
Laker
going
got
up against G2.
We're running right
That 75% mark that they were at of winning these round 2 forces.
I don't know, man. MIBR was shooting right now.
MIBR just fully invest into them.
Yo, hey, I tell the shorty come here, I tell her blow her back out, and it's funny for the ears.
Not gonna lie,
Dude,
I think
Ty,
MIBR win this.
Ty, every time you start singing, Woke loses viewers. his viewers drop by 50%.
Hey, I tell that shorty come here, I tell her blow her back out, and it's funny for the ears.
Pause. I love how whenever there's a tech pause, the chat just goes EMEA cosplay. Every time. Even in Pacific, they're like EMEA cosplay.
You teaching him how to juggle?
Yes.
Now that they're qualified, now that their pressure is off to some degree, because last time these guys played, it was Verno's first ever game with MIBR.
Well, who do you think wins?
This game?
Yeah.
G2, but I'm pulling for MIBR, baby.
I think MIBR wins. G2 are washed.
You think they have a shot?
Hey guys, let's win with the power of teamwork. Oh my god. I hate this game. I hate this game.
It's not the crosshair, bro, trust me.
It's the crosshair, bro, I promise you.
I think your Neon is smurfing too.
You know, G2 and them. There was a gap between Sen and them. Of course, look, Sen did beat them pretty handily yesterday. Sen are in God.
So it's not the crosshair.
So I don't want to knock him out.
Never mind, your Neon is smurfing.
I would be a little more concerned, honestly, if for them moving into
Vector is lurking, surely.
not a close affair. If they get a similar result as we did with MIBR and Sen,
Yes! Good work, team! We won through the power of teamwork.
No, this guy, he's not smurfing, he's just messed up in the head.
I think he's just. Yeah.
I don't know if I can say the actual word on Woke stream, but
You can't. You cannot.
I don't think you can. Some people.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh, Reggie.
I mean, I know Jesse does.
Yeah, that's weird. You get one
What
tap.
the hell?
Bro, we need more outlaw skins, like, right now.
You got ops on A? Ops on A? A.
Outlaw bundle.
Team pulling up, team pulling up.
All of the best skins. Bro, a prime outlaw would look so fire.
This last couple of weeks has actually been like for this G2 team. It must be so jarring.
There's like Cypher's through C.
Someone in the Discord.
Damn, dude.
Bro, they're leaking information. Tyler, wake up.
Yo, my bad. My electric toothbrush just started going off against my wall. That's what that noise was.
Your electric toothbrush started going off. That's what happened.
Looking at your play style, they're taking from you, they're understanding how you are approaching the game because they're taking your approach. And that's been tough for G2, but
What, dude? It's unupgraded. What is this? What is this?
Oh, the Kuranami's on.
Dude, it's the unupgraded Kuranami. Dude, this is disgusting.
Bro, gold players have the worst taste in skins. It's so funny.
What?
Wiz throws out the random unupgraded weapon as well.
That's true.
You gotta be
the
a.
only unupgraded weapon that I like is the it's the Western
Yes.
Eagle.
Yes.
That one is okay. That one's the only acceptable one. But it has to be with the animation or else it doesn't count.
I remember Wiz throw like the unupgraded Zed Classic.
Oh yeah.
Zed Phantom. He would do the Zed Phantom.
To prepare whether you're top seed or second or third. Seems like if you're a team like G2,
you're definitely going to need a couple days off after getting clutched on by Ye multiple times to lose your undefeated map and barely.
This is just gold stuff,
no,
bro.
You guys have no map information somehow.
Because our team is sitting in spawn.
There's one on B, guys. Guys, B. Good
Of
kill.
course we have no map space, dude.
What? Like, what is happening?
I don't know. ISO just stole my gun.
Oh, at least he got the kill. You window.
What is happening?
Round, guys. Good
Gold,
round.
bro.
Good
What do
round.
you want from them?
You can never really go wrong with Jet on this map.
I want the Vandal.
Right now, they do actually have a lot of options as to how you want them to go. There are multiple comps.
Guys. No. No.
This is in gold and silver lobbies. It's like.
No, I don't want this. I don't want Cronus.
Bro,
I
what
don't want
is...
Cronus.
Dude, I'm
I don't
muting
want
everybody, dude. I can't... this is so AIDS.
It's so bad. You literally only get this or no one talks.
I'd rather nobody talk
There's
than
no
this.
in between. It's this.
Bro.
Or no one talks.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's one window.
What are you doing?
Ty is just running down mid throwing.
Yeah, I don't really care. I've softened my game.
He was
Window. Window. Like 30 seconds ago, but he might still be there.
He's probably up B area.
Garage. See this? Oh, that would have been tough. That would have been Tuffington.
That's not a real word, bro.
Sounds like a leap. You had snuck through in fairness, but there's a heck of a lot of work still to do.
Sell that, take my van,
Trying to
let me buy
garage now, 2 players on site. It's a one tap, but Art's in.
Z Cryptic, can you buy me again?
So far from him.
Can you buy me again?
It's 3-0 MIBR.
It won't let me request.
Yeah,
bro.
but it's like
Bro.
just sitting there. It's barely moved.
Already, Shannon and Artson have rotated back C for support with such a quick pace that G2 will really put in a hopeless position.
Here comes the party.
Now they are on the full buy though for the first time in this game. The economy for MIBR very strong at the moment.
Our whole team is here? Nice. Nice. Cypher's gonna lurk through B. Yeah, cause Cypher's lurked through B.
Definitely up. Or in garage. Or up
Smoke B.
Yeah, he's up C. Oh,
What in the hell?
Wait, what? Yep, there he is. with an Ares.
Yep, sitting backside B.
What?
Dang, Tyler, you got stacked.
I low-key did get schmacked there. Not gonna lie.
No. Well, 3-1 G2.
We're winning 5-0. We're winning 5-0. I think that means we're better than both G2 and MIBR.
G2 sucks.
Yeah, probably.
G2 sucks confirmed.
Yo, hello?
Hello?
No, I'm playing a game, Greg. I told you that. I've been with the dogs all morning. Okay, that's chill. Can you just put them away?
This is stupid. Ew! What is the mini-map here? What am I looking at?
Minimap is terrible. Oh, now Cypher's gonna lurk up mid. Yeah, now they're
We
gonna
have no one is on A at the start of the round.
Dude, these guys are actually calling rotates and stuff. They're actually kind of good.
Can you
No, they're terrible.
What's it called? Can you just put them away?
No, they're actually kind of good.
Just put them away for now. Alright, love you, bye.
Someone is definitely to the left.
Allspaws.
Get him, Allspaws.
Allspaws.
Bro, did you see Ye?
Cypher about to lurk through mid.
Ye did what now?
He turned into Prime El Diablo yesterday.
But they didn't win.
They actually had a chance. Tyler,
what
are you doing?
Me?
Yes, you.
Yo! Oh.
This guy's a dork.
That's just this deck is pulling my weight for me. Where did you die from?
I'm out here clipping these guys, and you guys are doing nothing.
That's facts. Stop.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll lock in. I'll lock in. Hold on. Buy me and I'll lock in. Buy me and I lock in.
Bro, I'm not buying you.
Yeah,
Why?
I don't buy the bottom frags.
Buy yourself.
Dude, you're on Reyna, just go light armor.
You don't need 2 eyes, bro.
Or
You're on
regen
Reyna,
armor.
just go light armor. Oh no, you're on Reyna, go light armor. This guy's not buying anybody, bro. Like, what?
Thanks, man.
3, 2, 1. Wait, what? I should know you. These guys hate. No,
Oh.
get one more. You get one more, bro. Come on.
No, absolutely.
You
not. I
didn't
think
need to
they've
deal
just
with it.
built into
Okay.
a very
Die,
That guy
die, I
down,
need a
so-
kill, please die.
There you go.
dismantled by Osfos.
They're on C.
Perfect timing
Planning.
to get into the smoke to
They
get
went
to
through
the
garage.
Jaws caught with
Wait, yeah, they
Intel
made
out in his hands.
3.
A very messy situation that he was able
Nice
to
eye.
exploit. But messy
Surely
situation
1 is wood.
Dude, I didn't buy my util.
transitional moment.
Yeah, my man hasn't played Valorant in a couple weeks. He's lost it. No util, no nothing. Oof.
I told you I'd lock in, guys. You're welcome.
At least I know I can still kill golds.
In the end, that's all that matters.
In the end,
As long as I'm better
it
than the
doesn't
golds.
even
Why
matter.
stacking in?
Good call. So rude. Don't you know I'm human too? Say sorry. Missing one thing just to your body.
It's wild because most of the time I have no idea what Ty is even singing. Like, not even a clue. He hits me with a song I've never heard of.
You don't know that song?
No.
Oh, I guess you don't.
In the end,
It's,
it doesn't even
like
matter.
Free.
Yeah, I definitely know that one. That song's older than you are.
Okay.
Is it really?
I believe so. I think I was a kid when that song came out.
Alright, get out there, bro. Oh, never mind.
Hold on.
It's been so
Go, go, go,
long.
go. Bro, just run, bro. You're not.
Yo, give me a gun, bro! Yo, bro, this is a joke, dude. This is a joke.
He's got class.
Bro, this is a joke. I'm trying so hard to pick up a Vandal. Then I just ended up picking up my own operator.
T-Rex hands. Oh, snap.
I got my one, guys. I don't know about you.
Oh!
Bang.
That's a big.
Bro, I swear G2 Stingers are like, they do twice as much damage as normal Stingers.
Yeah. Probably practice a lot.
Like, they have to practice DMs
Yeah.
with those.
Yeah, I mean, it's their strat. If they lose pistol, they buy Stinger the next round and then just eco them. It's interesting strategy.
Like,
They're right.
like, how does Leaf hit all of those bullets right there?
Insane.
Running down A, running down A, running down A.
Insane stinger shot.
Cypher was window.
Got mine.
Leaf is holding this with an op. That's insane. Insane reads. They literally just have the read. That's crazy.
Bro.
Me personally would have checked that corner, but you do.
What? Yeah, of course. There's somebody flanking, bro. This is a joke.
Sick bullet. He loses.
Raymond's a flanking shoot as hell.
No, I got flanked by somebody else.
Someone did flank. Wait, he won?
He's going to have the rolling thunder, by the way. Going to be even more difficult for MIBR to try and get back into this site.
Jonah's thinking about it too.
I guess.
Lined up. Hardison also getting ready for some util of his own. Jonah lets it ring out. Rolling thunder comes through. This will delay things a little bit more, and Shenom is set upon by
None.
He heard the TP earlier.
Okay.
Forskin. Forsaken.
Hardison is going to try and clear this out now. Valen well aware of where he is. He
Nope. I hate that skin. Like my worst enemy. You know, for you,
There's no one
Neon?
B and no one garage. But we have 3 C.
There's gonna be no one A in about 5 seconds. I'm about to TP out of here.
There you go. There's one more.
Do I dare grab orb? Let's see.
Coward.
Alright, I survived.
He checked what? He didn't check like 3 of the corners that he should have, but whatever. Another corner unchecked.
Where? Bro.
UFC. Oh, he's in spawn. Brother, he didn't spawn.
Oh, I wanted that kill.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
The Lily team sucks.
With the power of friendship.
This is actually terrible.
Aspas is not sure about whether this is going A. He thought about heading heaven. G2 just probing. One more trying to draw someone from MIBR.
Yeah, like the bottom 4 frags were cool, right? Yours just a nerd, bro. He's a little dork. Watch. I blind peek, get 2 here, watch.
How did he just miss? You still have the blind though. They hate shooting me.
Oh,
You got sat.
I held the wrong corner.
No, there was someone there, but...
No, I know. I thought he was gonna peek and the breach was gonna sit there, but
Bro, what is...
is actually genius.
What am I
Oh, but
playing,
Cortezia
dude?
got the kill. Wait, they know.
It's probably in our spawn.
Grenade. Oh, nice nade.
What the?
He lived that apparently.
he's running, guys.
He's running.
He's running through our spawn. Through our spawn to A.
Where is this guy going?
Yes. Oh, he got
5-3 MIBR.
Yes.
Right timing window. He was all the way down C long by
Bro, Cortez, wait, who got the pick on the site? Who got
Me.
the pick, grass? Who is that? Nice ult.
Good ult. Good ult, so.
Who got the pick grass? Like on
Me.
And then that Omen ult was good too.
I like the idea of trying to use that cosmic divide as misdirection, right? Imply an A hit, then pivot to the other extremity.
What?
I think Cortezia wasn't that round. He got
Okay.
Exposures on there.
Yeah, good try, idiot.
Whoops. Good enough. I don't care. Good? Let's go.
Did you mute them already, Soft?
I have them turned down to like 5. So they're like little mice in my ear.
Wait, we actually have a good spread on the map.
Yo, Neon, go see? Yeah, thank you.
Ice has about a
Yours
ult.
gonna-
He just wait. Never mind, he actually didn't get one.
I would not stand there while he has no like that, but Flash and Ego peek that guy. Okay, well, there you go.
Alright, giving up A.
Oh, you suck. How did you hit the Cypher and then the Jet like that, and then just like...
Let's go. 6-3.
Oh, Clove ult and I'm out.
Wait, Haven is defensive side, right?
Man, he is having a game right now. We haven't seen this from Artsin.
When you're running 5 duelists, shouldn't be.
Just give you the map.
The other team just sucks, bro.
Playing a supportive role and is the star of the show with the highlights.
I think he just I'm out of here.
Dark cover. He's encroaching on the side after getting dinked by Jonah and Sewer. Yeah, they backed up into that spawn side, and then he rotates, pivots back in after the Tejo missiles from Trent explode.
Who's that? Why is that dude like in his own room? Why is that dude in his own little box?
Box? 200?
MIBR. Some guy was like in a box.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, his streaming
guy in a
cam.
box?
It might not have been MIBR. It might have been G2.
I don't know.
It was probably the coach.
Oh, it might have been the coach.
Yeah, that's probably what he's talking about. Wait, that ult is insane. That literally gets like C and B.
Backside also an Armageddon. Both Tejo's unleashing, and it will be a C retake for MIBR. Okay, and a great steel garden.
Wait, they use all of those ults right now?
Yeah, that was kind of like a weird.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh, Bruno stabbed that guy. Oh, Josh stabbed everyone else. Don't TP right now. TP right now. Don't TP right now.
Are you shitting me, dude? He has a cam?
Do it, coward.
Wait, why? We got a lurking Reyna? Of course.
There's two heaven.
Why didn't you heal there?
Direct jog.
You guys lost a round of these guys?
Oh, we lost 3. We're about to lose 3.
Hey, did Ryan Garcia lose last night?
Yep.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, they lined up.
No. He stopped them from being able to capitalize.
Bump 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 bump.
Perfect time. He was playing so well on this fight.
Lakers and 5.
Yes, the answer.
I said something.
Lakers and 5.
Dude, I'm Reyna. I'm supposed to lurk. That's my job, man. Back off.
He really is fitting the stereotype.
Ew, Cortezia.
Lurking Reynas.
Watch, I get one here. Watch.
Yo, you didn't. Why didn't you buy a sheriff?
Because he doesn't know what he's doing.
You're supposed to buy a sheriff so I can get off your dead body.
Yeah, I
Are
know.
you shitting me?
What am I watching?
Breach hit 7.
Wait,
Oh,
I'm
nice.
still alive. It's winnable. Why is the chat meowing?
Yeah.
Dude, 120 to breach. You guys couldn't hit him once?
Nope.
I hit him 7.
I
did
Oh, 7. 7. You hit him 7. Nice.
Yeah. I told you that. What I said. I said, hey man, hey man, hey man, take me to church. I was like a dog and
It's a 6-6 half.
Solo Cypher on C pushing up in the early rounds.
You have a yard
that one, so you can maybe forgive it, but we have seen a bit of a pattern from Cortezia. He's looking, taking some big risks against a team who's really hard to punish. Look at the board. Your Cypher has the most deaths on your team.
Full blind.
Why did you just shoot the aim lab?
Why not, bro?
Definitely.
You guys, are we gonna plant?
Yeah, he's flying.
Yo.
He's not flying.
Guys, I'm going to get Spike to plant. Guys, I'm coming to plant on the way. Oh. You guys killed her. Good job, team. All right, I think bottom frag has to take spike. So.
G2 cooking. Well, it started off not as good.
Yeah.
All right, 6-6.
Start off kind of slow.
6 on attack on Haven. Not too impressed. Not too impressed.
Is it attacker sided?
Haven?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every map is defender sided if they're good.
No, I'd say every map is attacker sided if they're good.
Nah.
Really?
Yeah.
You literally have to plant. You literally have to plant the bomb. You're at a disadvantage.
But you always have numbers advantage if you want them.
What?
No matter what side or position you hit, you can always control the man advantage. Wait, so I think G2 was attacking. Now it is... yeah, MIBR on attack now. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, this Verizon thing, $30 a line. What is that? Is that your game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the special needs guy on our team.
And working from home. And now get Cox 300 meg internet for only $50 a month with a 2-year
Oh yeah, 2 of them.
guarantee.
Wait, Sunset is in the map pool. Yes.
So get your household
I love
up to
Sunset.
speed. Switch to Cox internet.
Wait, right now? Wait, like in pro?
Then comp.
This next song
Yeah,
goes
comp.
out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both happy.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability.
Bro, why is
So
Urena
whether you're at
working?
a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit
That's just what he does.
Cox.com/mobile. Cox internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G
Another one.
reliability per Ookla
You got that.
24 other restrictions apply.
What is?
You got that.
Don't, please don't.
Oh, yeah. There we go, Dio. Dios.
What?
My penguin understands now.
It's not over until I
What is
win.
he talking about? What is
Let's see if MIBR can replicate that late early start they had on the first half here on the second, where G2 can win their first pistol.
Oh, you guys are bad, yeah.
What? Bro just had a stroke. What the heck?
Watch that one right here. Watch, ready?
We will see, Dios. We will see. They easily got sight. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. Woo!
What?
Woo! Oh, no.
That's their best.
Whoa, melt. Melt.
He's stuck right now. Right now. Right now, move. Right now.
I wonder what Aspas over under on kills
Move your
was.
arms. Move your
I was
arms.
observing. Is it Prius? It's probably Prius.
It's probably what?
Prius is observing.
He has no idea what you're talking about.
Nope.
There's the different observers that
80 right now.
show you the cam of who's playing.
Yeah, who was that guy in the white hoodie?
There's a guy called Prius, and usually he like always changes the person who he's viewing, and we never see any kills.
That one's my favorite. He's like always chasing behind what has already happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's Prius.
This is where somebody just got hit with a real nice shot.
Yeah, and then another guy dies.
Aspas is cooking, man. Uh-oh, Cortesia's got to hear this. Watch out, boys! They're all here! Run!
These guys are having way too much fun, bro.
a little bit dangerous, but no, at the long range.
Yeah, sorry. Cause I'm missing one thing, just no, missing one thing.
I hate my team.
Is it too
Ass bass, not even top fragging. Let's go, boys. Let's go.
I love it when Artisan and Genom, like, they actually are good. They're good players. But when Aspas and Verno heat up, it's time.
Yo, where are you guys at, team?
You guys are just rushing in without any info, and it's kind of like killing everyone.
Yeah, it's almost like we have no initiator or anything to get
Yeah,
info.
but like, no one's jump peeking, they're just peeking and dying.
You think these guys know how to jump peek?
Yeah, but like,
I do.
Okay, F those two.
Yay!
GG's, boys!
This is so AIDS.
Dude, that was a good team. I liked them.
I'm glad to be done with that.
Wait, why didn't they both turn? What is happening? What is that? What a weird way to play that. They were all worried about people who might be coming instead of worried about the person who was there.
Hey, wow. What are you talking about?
That round.
It's not fine.
No.
And then he stays alive, is able to wait out his teammates, then he wraps around, gets this timing onto Cortezia. I just love it.
What do you mean, like in the garage?
Yep. When they started to battle, the other dude turned away while they fought.
Yeah, thank you, repeat.
Once the fighting happens, you gotta swing back.
Usually, Leaf doesn't do that. Usually he waits a second. He doesn't peek like that. I don't know.
Mega Monkey Baller, plat 1.
Aspas a little bit low. I think Trent just swung out and took a wallbang. Took a chunk out of the star player, but well, Aspas has 44 health more than he needs.
Aspas
Now
just
4 more.
sat jaw down. That's insane.
He outpaces the stun actually being able to be used, and there's no one to trade off Jaws.
Bro had no regard for human life. He just said, "You are dead now."
And in the meantime, Cortezia, much like the last round, is just trying to
Yes, Cortezia, yes, though.
proc that sheer wall. Getting a lot of value. Teasing
Let's go.
Wait, am I?
Sentinel
Wait.
detail out. Here's an activation from G2. They're going to move 2 up soon.
Aspas, turn around.
Aspas is not quick about this.
Please.
He'll get wrapped on, but the action is headed elsewhere.
Please.
And Valence.
Now walk forward.
Is downed. Little to
Yes,
MIBR, no,
Cortezia.
it is completely open on C. Well, who cares?
Yes, that's
Aspas at 5 health just takes 2 more kills. The old lurking jet.
I love Aspas so much.
Cortezia slowly.
Let's go.
Wow, that was a
If you
perfect-
want it, you can get it.
That
Let
was
me
a
know.
perfect round. Like that wasn't luck at all. They had the perfect read.
Yo, what's up, Absent?
Aspas can do it. Not you. Not you.
Try not to get too many ideas, folks. Man, talk
Wow.
about playing the life though.
Oh, it's
That
so
was a
nasty.
perfect round.
Aspas quickly getting into the game in a big way. 12 and 7. Played
You have
serve,
Plaything and Bottom Frag on your team.
Yeah, this is gonna go well.
Don't lock me on.
Bro, you don't have any sentinels on this account. Whatever, dude.
Stop, you're not.
I should have known. I should have known considering you only play duelist.
Yeah. Do not lock me on.
Please
Okay,
lock
well.
me on.
Trent there just healing back towards this site. There's no gate crash active right now for Jaw. Remember, we're on pretty rough buy, so might just be a couple pistols to anchor. We've seen G2 win these kinds of rounds. Here comes that standard execute utility. Aspas popping out of that cloudburst backside. The multiple flashes used. Paranoia as well. Cortezia in trouble. Okay, he does get his. Going to need some help though. Valen could collect a kill.
I locked Neon so other
What?
people can't.
That was weird.
Swing from Valen again that gets a kill, but Verno is going to be there. MIBR
You feel me?
have every reason to respect G2 on these kind of rounds, but they have to put balls in place to shut down these wacky buys. And the clean execution with 4 rifles to carry out.
Shut down these wacky boys.
You feel me, Maniac, or not?
Finish line trying to close this game out. They are approaching a number of ultimates after this round, cleaning up these weak buy players.
Nice, good round, guys.
I mean, cool, calm, collected. It's a long series. We're hoping to be here for a good time in a long time, so MIBR trying to keep a lid on it. Aspas always like that, though. Let's be fair. Has to take some kind of early fight towards B.
Yo, this is tough. I just got a TikTok of frogs fighting with Creed in the background.
With frogs?
Frogs fighting, yeah. With Creed.
Wait, Aspas missed his knives? Wait, how?
Oh hell yeah, bottom frags on the other team.
Bottom frag, Maddie. Yeah, that does look good.
He's on the mark. Some massive confidence from Leaf, not giving
Wait, if your KO knows flashes, you actually won.
TP, brother! Oh, that scared him.
He heard you.
They now think he's behind. Oh, whiffs!
Down, Aspas. Ew!
Whiffs!
Ew!
What is happening?
Aspas and
You better swing, brother. No! It was close. Wait, he got it. He got it.
Yeah, he got it.
Nice, Verno. Aspas's husband.
No way this guy's IGLing. Okay. No.
What? Is he really? Yo, what's
he's
up,
IGLing in gold.
Yo,
I mean,
what's on
someone
here?
needs to do it, but he's probably stupid.
No. Nobody IGL. Just run down and shoot. That's what you're... You swung before the...
He's stunned, bro. You just stunned your whole team. Nice shot, bro.
Well.
You just died.
Bro, can you not?
Alright, gotta mute, boys. Give me a sec.
Trent's crosshair placement to get that free kill. That was so sick. Great adjustment. So far this half, G2 have gotten
You're shitting me, dude.
singular round. And that was
Wait, how did he just...
Since then, they've struggled.
Wait,
They've struggled
what?
early, and even in these post plants,
What's
they've not been
happening?
able to break back into the map.
Well, GG.
Close one there, very winnable. Those are the kind of rounds that, honestly...
Is this the box you're talking about?
Yeah.
Are they're sitting like this? Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
coaches.
Balance look good, but time
It's
to
the
time,
coaches.
just like that previous round, completely overwhelmed by the pace of MIBR.
Omen, what's the plan here?
Now pay attention when we get back into this. First look at, obviously, that was a round, should be a round worth 2. This should be getting to MIBR to match point off that Inferno clutch. G2 don't have the money to buy here.
Sounds good.
Then when they get to their actual full buy,
Damn, bro. He's a genius.
they've been stocking up. Verno's about to have his Armageddon with just one more kill or a death.
We need this guy for our premier team.
They're going to have both initiator ultimates.
If we ever bring it back, this is the first guy we're picking up for IGL.
on their full buy.
Are you picking me up
No,
for duelist or
don't
no?
you dare.
No, we're not having you as
No, you're not even on the bench.
Why, bro? You've never seen me play Sky. Actually, ask Luke. I'm actually a good Sky.
Bro, you probably haven't played Sky in a year and a half.
I played her a few weeks ago. I top frag almost every time when I play Sky.
Are you shitting me, dude? I just
Let me pull up Battle
dashed
Tracker.
right into that.
Let me pull up Battle Tracker.
I've been playing Sentinel and I've been winning.
Dude, what?
I don't think I can play Duelist anymore. I don't have the sense.
Where is my KO?
Your
Mid.
KO is
Dude, that...
confused, I think. Wait, it's 11-7 for MIBR, and they have a bonus right now.
Of course he has a judge, dude.
Oh shoot, Alan just got a free kill.
KO's just staring at the wall.
Never mind. Never mind, he did. Frick.
Hey, any day now, KO, any day.
1-2 punch. That is going to give G2 one rifle to work with.
Okay, it's okay. Aspas is still alive.
I mean, he's pushing
No, Zenom, what are you doing?
This is what Jorgamo was doing on the attack side as well. Shenom getting into G2.
Yes, no.
Gumming up the works. Steel Garden now to in theory put them on more even footing. So a 3v3. Secondaries out. Cortesia deals with Valen comfortably enough though. Jorg, his rifle sings. Cortesia now has control of his Vandal once more, but they're on the other side of the boxes.
Wait, why did they plant there?
Here's Cortesia. Not enough, and an
wait,
unlikely round to win.
what?
G2 on an awkward buy. Crucial thrifty.
Oh, did you watch that?
Book's gone,
He's on
bro.
the phone, bro.
Bro, that was the worst played round I've ever seen.
Great timing that he found. I like the decision for that.
It can't be worse than what's going on in this game right now.
Go away.
I mean, you're kind of sucking at IGL, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go, you guys.
That's crazy.
Alright, yeah, you're banned.
Wait, what?
I actually just reported you for toxicity, I'm not even joking.
Press tab. Press tab really fast.
Yeah, blame the top frag IGL.
You're
Ultimates on deck. This is a round that is going to be potentially messy.
Nah.
But if Jorg finds a first pick from this contact push, it might get a little simpler. All of a sudden, the calculus gets unraveled.
Done that. Yep. Okay, well.
So close on the screen. I like this a lot. Push ups here from
To your
Jorg.
right, to your right.
Flash out.
Wait,
Why do we not have any trips anywhere? We have a sniper. He has no trips on the plane.
He gets on out. Definitely a bit of a jump scare from Shenom, and he does get out of cubby though.
F this, dude. Why do I have the bomb?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know, dude.
It's just...
It's not going to ease up G2's position.
He's a lurking duelist.
Duh.
Last one mid.
Mid, you sure?
Yeah. I heard
just
her, bro.
Yeah, he's
She's
mid.
there, bro. I got my one that round, bro. I'm not tripping.
You're saving, bro. What?
God, the checklist is long in order to come out with a dub, and Valen says, just tear it up. Forget about it. Force into the double face. Shanu has been
Mark it.
on fire these past 2 days. Even in the
Wait.
loss against Sen, he was
Hold on.
a standout
No way.
player.
Did G2 just win that round?
Continues that into today. Top flagging in the
G2
server
just won
right
that
now.
round. Okay.
For both teams, period, sitting at 18. Nice, boys! Gotta be a timeout here from
Okay, well, G2 is gonna 13-11 these guys. This is great.
Now, Leaf
It's
obviously very
Jover.
Now, yesterday,
Oh wait, they
we didn't talk
paused.
about this much on air,
Thank
but
goodness.
Ender gets in their comms. We can actually put a headset on and listen to what the players are talking about if we're off duty. Have a conversation with him. He says, could not believe how loud and almost aggressive Leaf has become.
You guys like the new bundle or no?
Looks nervous. Leaf is constantly saying, push up.
What even is it?
Get ahead. Stop giving up ground.
Is it actually something original?
All right, we are back.
From Arcane. It is. It's not like
From
a
Arcane.
continuation.
Wait, is it in the shop right now, or is it a
Yeah,
leak?
it's the bundle in the shop.
Okay, I can check it out after this.
It's not.
Oh!
It's the first bundle of this thing, but.
I'm just gonna dash in there and die immediately. There's a trip! I missed the dash, this is so terrible, dude.
An international glory. Losing in a best of 5 is not good enough. Going up against a very hungry MIBR that have improved with the addition of
Dude, I'm gonna die. Dude, he has a cam back there?
the hope of Brazil, man. Showing us there's so much going on under the surface.
Alright, let me lock in. Hold on.
I thought you said that the first round.
Wait, I got a question for you guys.
Yeah.
And this is the, like, mark of intelligence. Like, this is how I know if you're smart or dumb. 100 men versus 1 gorilla, who you got?
A gorilla.
It's 100. It's 100 men. It's 100 men.
Yeah, 100 men.
Do you know how strong a gorilla is?
Do you know how many people 100 people is?
Yeah, dude. Do you realize men or humans have proven themselves everywhere in the world as the undefeatable?
Is it just a man with just their clothes and nothing else?
Yeah.
It's 100 of them.
100 of them.
Bro, a gorilla will think you're like an ant.
Not when there's 4. They'll actually be scared. They might.
Listen. If it was 4 of us with Ty, we might be screwed. But
with me,
what do you
maybe
mean
if we had somebody other than Ty, well, we'd have like 10% of a chance.
Yeah, we can't have Tiny Arms Ty on our squad, okay?
Tiny Arms Ty.
Oh my God.
Neon Dip. Hi, what are you doing? I'm heated right now is what I'm doing. No fucking way I just got called Tiny Arms Ty. Brother, you just tried to run and gun that man. I don't care. Tiny Arms Ty, are we kidding me right now? I will outlift 90% of the population my age.
Uh-oh, 11-9. Alright, guys. I actually have to drop. I'll be back and forth, but this event tomorrow just got really serious, so I got to do all sorts of prep for it tomorrow. I will catch you guys later.
Alright. Adios.
Later, guys.
I
All right, chat. I am calling that. Dios, I don't know if you're here or who is here. I love y'all. I'll be back maybe tomorrow, or definitely tomorrow at some point, but maybe tonight. I'm not sure. But, all right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow at the latest.